Born to be kings, princes of the universe. I am your lovable host, Prince Harry. To the left of me is Prince Tyson.
Let me talk to you. That threw me off. I'm the king of Zamunda.
King of Zamunda.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm the king of Boise. So we got a hell of a show, stacked show. But first, I want to say, did you happen to catch Equalizer 3?
um. Yes, that's the latest one. Yes,
Yeah,
I've seen it.
that's one where Denzel looks all old.
Yeah, and he's in the little Italy village or whatever the hell
Yeah,
that
he went
is.
to Sicily and fucked shit up.
Yep, I watched it.
It was perfect. That's all I wanted. Except they had too much of that stupid ass plot. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's so great that Dakota Fanning was in it." I actually skipped her shit. Like, I don't too much story. I just want to see Denzel stab people.
Yeah, just mess everybody up, and that's what
Yeah,
he did.
and he was a bad motherfucker. I don't think he got hit once.
Well, they underestimate him, I guess, because he's
I
so old.
guess because like in the first two movies, I felt like I didn't feel like he was such a superhero.
What do you mean? In the first one, he went into that Russian's office. He's like,
He
put
went to
the
the
money on the
Russian's office,
table.
but isn't that the one where he had the fight with his friend? Didn't his friend stab him at the end though? He got stabbed at least.
I don't remember that. I mean,
And
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I don't remember it.
oh no, that was the second one because he kidnapped the dude that was painting his house.
Yeah,
Fuck, what was the first one? He went to the warehouse thing.
yeah, and he had to like fight in the shadows.
Yeah, I felt like he got a scratch there too. Either way, Denzel's a badass. I enjoy that. He's like all
Well,
Steven Seagal now.
he got caught in the third one. That little kid stabbed him or shot him, whatever he did.
That doesn't count.
That damn little kid.
Almost killed him.
I know.
Yeah, that was a good ass movie. That's a good ass series. Is that the last one? Do you know?
Um, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sure there'll be more. Maybe one more.
Oh, I just wish there was 100 more. Just clips of Denzel stabbing folks. I want him to go to a different country and just. I want him to go to a different country and a different village and just take over. Oh, who's the king? Okay, that's what I love. He like the mafia, the head dangerous world mafia tried to take over. Oh, I'm spoiling shit. I don't want to spoil shit. Never mind. There's a mafia. You learn that in
Yeah,
the first 2 seconds. So
but it's kind of like John Wick and shooting people in the head.
yeah,
Everybody gets a headshot, specifically a headshot.
yeah. I still need to watch John Wick 4.
I haven't watched four yet, but actually, yes, I have. I think I've
Yeah,
watched four.
my boy Donnie Yen's in it.
But yeah, he's like everybody gets a headshot. That's what I like about it.
I
Like
just like
he has someone in a triangle choke, and then he shoots him in the head.
I just appreciate that he doesn't mess around. Like
That
there's the movies where they do the flips and the fancy gun tricks. And I get there's some of that in Wick, but it's not. It's practical gun tricks. It's not. It's not rolling on the ground, shooting everybody in the room
I
type shit.
like. I like when he's like in the major shootouts, and he's like he's shooting the gun, he's shooting the gun, he runs out of ammo, he just throws the gun at the person, and then picks up another one.
Yeah, yeah.
I always
People.
wanted to do if I'd played like shooter games. I always wanted to do like a challenge of like a John Wick challenge was no reloads. If it runs out of ammo, I drop it and get another gun.
Oh, that's a good challenge.
Could do it in like a probably not like a first like a battle royal game, but if you had like a I don't know, I'm thinking like a Hitman.
Yeah, that's kind of
Fire
what I
Cry.
do in Hitman, because the enemies, it doesn't take it doesn't take much for them to kill you. So it's, I don't know, it's a little bit more realistic. So if you go in guns blazing, you gotta be prepared to die.
Yeah. So you're just shooting out and then switch guns.
Yeah, we have to try that next time.
And there you go. If you make videos on it, you can do that video. Probably get 1 million views there. Whoever wants to take
I
that
don't know.
idea.
Last time I tried video game content, didn't go too well for me.
I think it'd be different now, but I don't want to do it anyway.
Yeah. All right.
It's like, I like just enjoying the game. I don't want to. Yeah. I don't want to have to think about content while I'm playing.
Right. Well, speaking of content, you didn't watch AEW Dynamite. That's correct.
Yeah, I missed it this week.
Well, you know that Hook and Samoa Joe had a match, right?
I do.
For was it AEW? Is that what they call it? The world title?
Yeah, for the world title. Yeah, AEW world title.
So can you explain Hook to me?
He's just kind of a no nonsense, no words, doesn't care about anything version of his dad, I guess.
I thought he looked ridiculous. And I think it's the hair. He looks like he's trying to be an anime character.
His hair is definitely part of his shtick.
And he also needs to eat a couple crackers.
Well, he'll put some weight on.
How old is he?
I don't know, early 20s.
Okay. He's just very lean.
Yeah,
I like the
time.
I like the like the Muay Thai boxer look. The Muay Thai kickboxer look. It's just the hair, man.
It's actually toned down from what it used to be. He has big hair.
Yeah, it's like Taz looked like a badass. This kid, he looks like I'm calling him a kid.
He is a kid.
I know, I get it. I don't want to be. I'm the guy saying other dudes are kids. I don't want to be that guy. He looks like I don't know. He looks like he's playing a character as opposed to just being a legit badass like Taz does.
Oh. I don't think he's playing a character at all. He doesn't have a character.
Okay, fair enough. And I think this was actually my first AEW match that I've watched start to finish. And the presentation, I don't know what I was expecting. I was expecting like clowns to just fall from the ceiling and Tony Khan to just run around the ring. Look at me. But no, that didn't happen. The presentation was fine. Definitely not on WWE's level, but they'll get there. I chalk that up to newness. They're still getting their footing on that. Versus, I'm not saying that they're incompetent or anything like that. But I do like that Joe has traditional wrestling music. I've noticed that most of the AEW wrestlers that I've seen have custom theme music, and it kind of gets old.
What do you mean by custom?
Like the Orange Cassidy has Jefferson Starship, and oh shit, the actual artists.
Oh, okay. Some of them do have wrestling themes.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
It's probably like 50-50.
Okay.
I guess Tony Khan, if they want to, they'll do it. So like, I don't know if I don't know if it's still a thing, but Young Bucks, they used to come out to Wayward Son. They haven't come out in a while, so can't tell if that. Or sorry, they just went through a gimmick change,
Yeah, they
so I don't know
turned
if
heel.
that's their new music or not.
Okay.
Um, FTR has like a wrestling theme with no music. Andrade,
They
Miro,
No, FTR has a play on the Midnight Express's theme.
which is a wrestling theme.
It is, but technically it's a custom theme.
But there's no
What
words.
we'll have to put that in its own category. I think MJF has a wrestling theme.
Yes, he does.
And Hook sounds like he has a custom theme.
Um, unless it's changed, he used to come out to a song.
It's some rappy music.
You don't even know me.
I don't know. I just know it's
It's
rap.
some fat white guy who does rap.
Of course it
Not that,
is.
not saying that white guys can't do rap, Eminem, but I'm just
Well,
saying this
white guy can do rap.
Bronson something. I
Okay.
don't know. I'm not cool enough to be. I'm still listening to like '90s rap, so I don't know.
Right. Um okay. Well, yeah, he came out with a custom theme and it's just I don't know, it just seems to get a little old. I like I think there's a little bit more creativity and just a standard wrestling theme. Just my thought. I don't like the thing where Hook does the turn away in the corner. He turns his back on his opponent. I know he's like supposed to convey that he's not concerned, but to me, he looked more autistic than badass.
Okay.
And then the match immediately starts, and this little skinny fuck starts peppering Joe with these little mosquito punches, and then Joe finally shuts him down and shows him like how a man punches, because Joe's fist is literally twice as the size of Hook's. And Hook is just the visual contrast. Joe is the definition of a big badass Samoan.
I think that was the point of it.
So Hook tries to do a suplex on Joe by the announce desk, and then Joe turns it into a rock bottom, and he goes straight through the table, and his neck like actually he went neck first through the table. It looked really gruesome. Didn't look fun. So after that happens, Joe marches around the ring like a toy soldier. It was great. And then Hook, he does like a little Undertaker setup and gives Joe the finger. And this is after going through the table, mind you. So
Mhm.
Joe hits his little ass with a apron power bomb. And the commentary, oh my god, the commentary, so bad. So they try to do like this big emotional thing for Taz, and one of them was like, "Oh yeah, Taz, this has to be incredibly emotional for you, right?" And Taz is like, "Oh yeah, let me take my headset off. I usually try to be professional." And the other guy is like, "Well, we know how hard this must be for Taz." And then you can see him just standing in the corner, and like there's no emotion in their voices. It was just like there. They just mentioned it. And then they did this thing where the officials are tending to Hook because he got apron power bombed. It was kind of like when Sami Zayn, um, they did the Sami Zayn thing where he got apron power bombed and by Kevin Owens,
Mhm.
and so
You
the
talking about in
officials,
Takeover when he came out the first?
yeah, and it took
Okay.
out Sammy. So then like the officials are tending to Hook, and it's right by the announce desk. And Taz could walk over there and see if his son's okay because they're fucking playing into that shit. But no, he's just standing there, twiddling his thumbs. I just don't know why they went there. I don't know why they went there and they didn't do it well. So at some point, the refs started counting to 10 because Hook, I don't know, they decide he's okay. So then he beats the 10 count, only to get hit with a power slam, which he kicked out of course. Keep in mind, he went through a table, gets hit with an apron power bomb, has to be tended by officials. Then he gets hit with this big ass power slam by this big ass fucking Samoan. This guy's 80 pounds. He kicks out. Kicks out at 2. Not even 2.5, just 2. So then Joe, he hits a Death Valley driver and a muscle buster, both of which he kicked out of. And then Hook has a comeback after all of this. And then he tries to get Joe in his little sleeper hold thing, but Joe blocks it, and then he gets his sleeper hold. And then finally, Hook is choked out. I do like that they did the 3 arm raises.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that WWE is doing the more realistic, like, oh, he's out, ring the bell. I like that AEW does the 3 arm raises.
Yeah, it's supposed to be that's part of wrestling, is the 3 arm raise.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then they try to do the Jeff Hardy thing, where remember when he wrestled Undertaker? It was the ladder match for the title. Undertaker beat the piss out of Hardy, and then as Taker was leaving, Hardy gets up. He's like, "Is that all you got?" And then Taker turns around. He gets to the ring and he shakes Hardy's hand, and then Hardy collapses with a shocked look on his face.
I don't remember this.
Oh, you don't? Okay. I think it was a SmackDown. It was a SmackDown or Raw. Well, they tried to do that, only they did it worse. So Hook screams at Joe as he's leaving, "Is that all you got?" So thankfully, instead of showing respect to the little fucker, Joe proceeds to kick Hook in the balls and then nail him with another muscle buster. So the announcer said, "Joe didn't need to do this. This little fuck challenge. He didn't need to do this." And I'm like, this little fuck challenged him. Like, how you gonna say that's all you got? And when the guy gives you more, you're gonna be surprised about it. So after that, Hook stands up and challenges Joe again. Joe goes back to oblige Hook, probably to, I don't know, shoot him in the skull, which he'll probably get up and say, "Come on, fucking zombie." But before he can hit Hook with whatever, Hangman Page comes out. So I'm hearing that Joe is the champion that's going to save AEW and stuff. But what I saw was a big badass Samoan not be able to finish off a 20-year-old kid that's 80 pounds. And at the end of it, he gets chased off by Hangman fucking Adam Page. I don't know if I've seen Joe look weaker. I will say, though, I did enjoy the vibe of the AEW thing. I hated the commentary, obviously.
Well, that's good. At least some positive there. I didn't watch the match at all, so I can't really put too much into it, but
I don't know, maybe watch it and you can give your take on it. We'll turn it into a clip.
we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if you want them after you.
The AEW tards?
Yes.
I don't care.
Their crowd is something else.
Their crowd is little thin-skinned pansies. is what they are.
There you go.
Although, to be fair, the WWE crowd's not too much better. They're like Ohio State to me. Where they're like, oh, we're so great. It's like, all right. You know you're not that great, right? Your shit stinks too.
They're number 1.
Until they play Michigan.
Who won the championship? So there's that too.
I don't mean nothing. Won championship by stealing signs. Let's not get into that. This is
That
not
was
that
alleged.
kind of
Anyway,
not that
yeah.
kind of show. Yeah. But yeah, that was my thoughts on Samoa Joe and Hook. I'm sorry you can't contribute more, but I had to get that out of the way. I felt obliged since we did talk about gender and Tony's little meltdown last week.
Yeah. Excuse me. That would have made sense, but
yeah,
I just didn't have time to watch it.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, let's get into Raw then, shall we?
Monday Night Raw.
All right. And it happens to be Martin Luther King Day. And what better way to celebrate his legacy than by watching half-naked men and women pretend to beat the shit out of each other?
Yep.
So Rollins, he enters the arena. He's dressed like Uma Thurman from Kill Bill. And I have to wonder if his daughter calls him Mom. Just a thought. Jinder also arrived, and he's dressed like a normal person. After that, we get Cody Rhodes. He gets the ring, does his pyro, his woes. It's great. It's Cody Rhodes. So Cody tells them that they could talk about a song about Little Rock because they're in Arkansas that his wife loves. Then he says they could talk about him beating Shinsuke Nakamura last week. Or he says they could talk about the reason why he came back and how the Royal Rumble fits into those plans. Then Drew McIntyre, he interrupts in a kilt. And Drew actually gets booed and told he sucks.
He is a heel.
Is he? Even
This
so,
week
last week he was cheered. And the week before that, I think he was cheered as well. He's been getting cheered. This is the first time he's been, unless they're piping him in, this is the first time he's like been legit booed.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with him. Like, he's a heel, but he's not a heel.
He's kind of in between.
Yeah.
He's just a dick. So Drew asks Cody what he wants to talk about. Then he says he and Cody go way back. They grew up together in the WWE, and Drew hasn't had the chance to tell Cody how proud he is of him. McIntyre says that they've both come very far, and at one point they were the tag team champions in their early days. And he asked Cody, do you remember what our team name was? Do you remember, Tyson?
The Dashing Ones, which I didn't remember, but
I don't either.
I had to.
In
It
fairness,
was such a short run. I didn't remember it.
In fairness, McIntyre did say you'd have to Google it.
True.
So Drew says their tag team wasn't a success because they both saw themselves as only singles wrestlers, and they both had to leave the company to get their heads screwed on right. And they both went outside WWE and redefined wrestling and became so valuable that WWE had to call them back. Drew says his last match before coming back to WWE was with Cody. And after that match, Cody told him that he was a future world champion for the WWE. McIntyre says he did that twice. So now he's going to tell Cody in front of the entire world, fuck what anyone else says. Keep your nose to the grindstone, and you'll be the first member of your family to raise the WWE title. And that gets a big cheer. Drew says, you will finish your story, Cody Rhodes, but not before I finish mine. And the crowd goes back to booing him because, Drew, you're going to stop the story. How dare you?
Dare you?
Cody says, "You're right, Drew. We could win or you could win the Royal Rumble. Hell, Jey Uso, CM Punk, they could both win the Royal Rumble too." Cody says that he and Drew both won the Royal Rumble before, and you can't count anyone out. Has Drew won the Royal Rumble?
Yeah, the year he main evented WrestleMania and beat Brock Lesnar.
Oh, is that how he did it? Okay.
Yeah.
Drew says it's not about anyone, it's about you and me. And since you're following in my footsteps, here's some advice. Just be yourself, man. You don't have to wear the suits. You're not running for office. You have to use big words that you got from your word of the day toilet paper. And stop showing us the big goddamn smile all the time. I can say that, Cody, because I did those things too. Even when I was upset and I felt like I had to wear a smile and be that leader. So wipe that smile off your face, Cody. And if anyone has a problem with you, or if anyone has a problem with that, they can step up to you and then you can drop them on their arse. Cody tells Drew that this ain't an act. I smile because this is what I love to do. You know what? You're right. We have similar careers, but the difference is I'm grateful. I cherish every second of my second chance. You have just stood there complaining about yours. And Drew says, finally, the real Cody, a wolf in politician's clothing. Then he asks why the fuck he brought Jey Uso back to Raw, or why he's endorsing the malignant tumor that is CM Punk. I don't like that you're a kiss ass, but I do like you, Cody, and I wish this conversation wasn't happening. In fact, it wouldn't be happening if Damian Priest wasn't such an idiot. I'd be world champion right now. Drew says Cody is in his way, and just like Punk learned last week when he was eaten alive, McIntyre is operating on a different level. When I'm at 100%, I'm not what's best for business. I am this damn business. At WrestleMania, the story belongs to Drew McIntyre. What do you think so far?
I think so far so good.
I don't know about Drew eating CM Punk alive, but I will agree with him. He is operating on a different level.
Yeah, he's elevated himself to the number 2 guy in the company or on Raw right now. Definitely the top heel. But I don't know. Maybe he's not even a heel. He's he's an in-betweener. Tweener, as they call him.
Yeah. And I think, Roman is the top heel.
I said on Raw.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Cody, he tells McIntyre that all he has to cling to are excuses. If Priest didn't cash in, if Jey Uso weren't here, Drew, you think we're in the same, but you are brimming with grievances, and you want to drag me down to your level of bitterness. The difference, Drew, is when I dream of finishing my story, I don't think about you. I look to two places. Right here, he points in the ring, and right there, then he points to the fans. If you want to settle this at the Royal Rumble, I'll give you something else to complain about, Drew. And Drew, you brought up our last match. Let me ask you something. Who won? And Cody drops the mic and leaves McIntyre with something to think about.
As the fans oohed and awed.
They oohed and awed. Nice little segment. I'd say Drew is 2-0. Not 2-0, but he's on fire.
Yeah, he stepped his game up.
Yeah.
Now, he's just got to win that little Royal Rumble. I don't think he does.
He doesn't.
But I don't know. He's on a run. A tease to the future. Maybe he does hold the title going into WrestleMania.
Do you think it's Cody and McIntyre? Do you think that's the feud? No, what I'm saying is, do you think that's the feud that's going to come out of this?
No. Because Cody has to go over to SmackDown so he can finish the story. The story is on SmackDown, so if he wants to finish it, he's got to go to SmackDown.
Okay.
I think. I don't know the feud that's coming out of it. When we talk later
Well,
about something, tease.
fair enough. Oh, well, and of course, McIntyre's going with Priest now, so
Yeah.
there is that. It might be a little bit too premature to think about Cody and McIntyre. It's going to be a hell of a God damn, it's going to be a hell of a clash.
Yeah, they're going to meet in the Rumble. So maybe WWE's already telling us who's the final four.
I'm starting to think so. It's going to be Punk. It's going to be Cody. It's going to be McIntyre, and it might be Gunther, just to give it to him.
Just the ode for last year.
Yeah. Either that or the New Day are going to eliminate Gunther. I don't like it either, but they seem to be in a fucking feud with him, so storyline that makes sense.
I guess.
I don't like it, but this fucking company doesn't know how to do shit. So that's the option that they have. I'd prefer that Gunther just wins it all and just chops the shit out of Roman Reigns for 30 minutes.
So if he gets eliminated by one of the New Day, or maybe both of them, is that where then we'd have to go for Elimination Chamber?
God.
Because,
I hope not. Right.
Jay's still teasing that he's going to hold championship gold.
Right.
Singles gold. And there's only two options there.
But he's got to go through Kaiser first.
And as you see, they've already started that.
That's true. Maybe Jay eliminates Gunther.
Yeah, that might happen.
I mean, Jay hasn't won a match since he's come to Raw. Why wouldn't he eliminate the ring general?
He's got to start winning at some point. This is the time.
No.
You know how it is. Get hot right before you get your title match. So then you can lose and then go back to nothing.
Yeah, if Jay can't beat Roman Reigns, he can't beat Gunther. Come on.
Sure.
Well, look forward to seeing it either way. I do think that I hope he's the final four, or he at least has a good run. I was kind of hoping he would just skip the Royal Rumble because he ain't winning it.
Yeah, but he needs to be in it.
Does he?
Unless he had a big time match. It's one or the other.
Okay. You could just have the night off.
Well, they need someone.
Roman gets the night off.
He's wrestling a fatal 4-way.
Yeah, but he'll have like the next. I think after that he wrestles at WrestleMania, and then after that, who knows?
Well, he's on a different level.
Yeah. Okay. Well, moving on. We have R-Truth and Damian Priest in the back. R-Truth is selling Judgment Day merchandise. I guess it's in the parking lot or something, even though it's in the back. Priest tells Truth to knock it off. Like at some point, the joke needs to stop. R-Truth then slaps a wad of cash in Priest's hand. That helps him find a sense of humor real quick. Priest says that selling the merchandise is fine, but just keep it on the down low. And also the rest of the group hates him. Later, Priest talks to the Judgment Day in the back. They want to know where he's been. He He says, well, since no one cares that Drew McIntyre's been talking nonsense, Priest went to Pierce about it. And we learned that they set up a match for next week. McTurd wants to know why they're not beating up R-Truth right this second. Priest tells McTurd to sit down because he just lost his match. And Finn thinks that Priest is defending Truth. And then Priest pulls out a wad of cash. And suddenly everyone appreciates R-Truth. Well, except for McTurd, whose name isn't on the shirt and therefore probably doesn't get any merchant or, cash.
Yep, they asked him. He said, "Do I get some? Your name's not on the shirt."
Yeah. It's all right, I guess. I still don't know what the hell they're doing.
I think it sounds like they're trying to recreate the whole Sami Zayn thing with the bloodline.
But it's not good. Was Sami Zayn selling merchandise?
Well, not doing the same thing. I'm just saying.
Asking.
He wasn't.
Okay.
Speaking of selling merchandise, R-Truth is the #1 merchandise seller right now. So there you go.
Which should forever end the argument about merchandise seller and having a title opportunity or being the champion.
What was the argument?
I think you've used that a couple of times.
Oh, if they should get a title shot?
Yeah, well, he's the #1 merchandise
or why
seller.
they're getting why they're getting a title shot, or why
I can't
they're
remember.
at the top of the
I can't
card?
remember a specific argument, but you have.
Why R-Truth has more segments than a lot of the people on the roster? Okay. Well, there you go. That's why.
R-Truth is awful.
Oh, you can't say that. R-Truth is special. He's
a joke.
See, that's the thing. He's not there to go challenge Roman Reigns or
Then why is he there?
Anything like that.
If
comedy relief.
Okay.
The entertainment part of the sports.
Just think about this though. If he's not there to contend for the top prize, then why is he there?
I just told you.
No. You told me why the WWE has him there. Practically, why is Ron the Truth Killings a wrestler if he is not going to aspire to be at Roman's level, especially when he's at the twilight of his career?
Maybe that's why when that check comes in, like, oh,
no.
Yep, this is why I'm doing it.
It doesn't make any sense.
Some people, and you might find this crazy. You probably will find this crazy. Some people just want to do what they enjoy, and they don't care about all the stuff. They just want to enjoy what they do in their life.
So a wrestler would enjoy selling another wrestler's shirts in the parking lot. That's more fulfilling than being world champion or intercontinental champion or tag team champion or hell, North American champion, or that fucking cup that Darkeem Noah.
What?
I don't know.
Noam Dar?
Whatever. Drakkar Noir.
Noam Dar?
Yeah.
Fuck that cup.
I'm just saying.
Some people, again,
it's like
some people just want to go out and enjoy what they do.
It's like watching UFC, and all of a sudden you got a fighter doing like Carrot Top routines.
I think it's a little different.
No.
We're there to be entertained.
But I also don't want my intelligence insulted.
To put it the best way, it would be like a let's take the fighting aspect out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a comedian. Some comedians just want to go down to their little bingo hall, run their little 30-minute show, get their laughs. They just want to enjoy themselves. They don't want to go to Def Jam comedy special. They don't want a Netflix series. They just want to go do their thing because they enjoy being a comedian. Go out there, put on their little show, go home, think about the next show. Oh yeah, I perform at the local bingo hall, and you get bingo cards for free if you buy the show. If you come to the show, so you come for the jokes. Wait, I lost it. Do you come for you come for the jokes? You stay for the bingo. No, you come for the bingo. You stay for the jokes. Maybe that's it.
Okay. I just know a wrestler is doing comedy routines.
He is.
And it's, yeah.
Every throughout the history of wrestling, there's always been a comedy character.
I agree, but it's always been in the context of a competitive match. Well, not always, but there's been a purpose. It hasn't just been there just to make you laugh. I mean, the goal may have been to make you laugh, but it would have been in the context of what they were doing. They wouldn't just
Santino Marella. Think he was being taken serious.
Fuck no.
Damian Sandow, was he mean?
Why are you using
Taken
WWE
seriously?
examples?
Crash Holly, comedy character. Because we're talking about WWE.
Okay. Doink the Clown.
Doink the Clown, which we saw in our
We did.
coming up in our retro
But he was
review.
fucking serious as shit, though.
That Doink was serious. But by the way, that Doink was just flat out awesome.
Yeah, wasn't it?
And then he turned into what he was.
But he still, I mean, he did the jokes to let your guard down. And the comedy that I wish we would have saw him terrorize the children.
Yeah, they were talking about all the shit he was doing to children.
Yeah.
And then he would laugh and then get the serious face. That was the best Doink.
Yeah.
And then he just, turned into straight comedy.
Well, let's save that for the retro.
Yeah. The point of that is there's always been a comedy character. And I think you can even put Sami Zayn last year. He was 2 years ago, he was a comedy character. The point is that is their role. Their role is not to be competing for championships.
Then I think it's a useless role. It's a role that does nothing for me.
Well, you don't like to be entertained, so.
No, I do like to be entertained.
I just want straight match.
No,
work
it's not just
through and through, all the way.
Not at all.
Start to finish, work rate.
See, you haven't been listening. I don't want to just watch good matches. I like the angles to the matches. What I don't like is just some fucking goofy fuck trying to just make me laugh. I'll watch a stand-up routine. This is supposed to be competitive people trying to win shit and fight each other. I don't want some fucking juggler.
A show.
Yeah, the show happens to be a sports show.
I mean, even if you take it to football or basketball, they got the halftime show, and you got the band and the cheerleaders.
Well, give me cheerleaders then.
That's not like, oh, what are these women doing on a football field?
Tell you what, when they replace R-Truth segments with cheerleader segments, I will shut my ass up.
Well, they can't do that.
Yes, they can.
2024. No, they can't. They'll get canceled so fast. They tried that shit now. They'd be canceled so fast.
Well,
they're objectifying and sexifying women. Look at Jericho. If you want to talk about it, Jericho just hit on a woman and now he's canceled.
Is that what happened? I don't know what. It's hard
Yeah, so
to.
the quick rundown. The quick rundown is he invited her to his hotel room because he was making an advance at her.
But he made it sound like
She
there was a
showed
lot of
up.
people there, but it was just him.
Yeah.
Which
And then she showed up and she was like ill. And then that was the end of it.
okay. Which,
But,
in fairness to
you know,
Jericho,
oh, how dare you hit on a woman?
I did ask a girl out that once that way. Like, oh, we're gonna go to this park. It was just me.
I was thinking about it. Like, I hate living in a time where you can't sexually harass your coworkers. Like, what world are we living in where I can't sexually harass a coworker and not get like canceled for it?
I don't know what.
Like, oh yeah, you see, like show her, flash her a naked picture that I took on my phone of my penis in the bathroom. I can't even show her, or I get canceled.
I don't want to live in America where I can't show my coworker my dick. What the fuck?
Yeah, like what world are we living in here?
Oh man, that reminds
You
me.
can't make sexual jokes, or oh, you're canceled.
That reminds me. I used to blatantly harass my. There's a female. She used to sit next to me in one of my old jobs. Her name was Maria, and she was Latina. And she was married, so which made it funnier. But I was like, "Hey, when are you gonna come over to my place, Maria?" You know, it's a little fake Tony Montana accent. I said, "Okay, sure." But yeah, I used to blatantly.
Yeah, now you get canceled.
Hell yeah, I would get fired so fast. Fired,
Hey,
canceled.
like there was a coworker I used to put something in her chair. You know, just like put books in her chair. And then she would come to work and try to sit down. Oh, I guess your seat's taken. You're gonna have to sit in my lap now.
Mm-hmm.
Clothing optional.
Oh, I remember
Like you can't even do that now. Oh, you're canceled.
they tried to cancel me. I made a joke that said, "Oh man, you know one of the drawbacks about being a guy is when you go to the restroom in the winter, you always have cold hands." I thought it was at the time I thought it was funny, but they complained. Oh, there, there was one time this girl comes in and she announces that she's pregnant, right? And she's all freaked out. She says, I just don't want to have the baby. I'm not ready yet. I was like, well, you know what you could do is just fall down the stairs. And she complained. I was giving her life advice.
Well, that's better than me.
Just have your dude push her down the stairs, man.
This one time, this girl said she was pregnant, and my joke to her, or not even a joke. I was like, I do happen to have a coat hanger in my car if you want it.
But you can't say that now.
Yeah, can't do those things now.
Yeah.
Oh, you're canceled. How dare you hit on a woman?
Yeah, how dare you have natural urges?
Yeah, because you know we're all these simps now. Oh no, you can't hit on her. You gotta like pretend that you're not interested in her, but you know you buy her everything. You buy everything she wants. You go to the vending machine and buy her the whole fucking vending machine. Oh, you want soda? You want chips? Oh no, it's just because she's a friend, you know.
What I don't understand is like the whole. This is gonna sound fucked up. The whole consent thing. Now, let me explain. Because that doesn't that kind of like the when you're with somebody and then you just do the sneak behind and just take them. I guess that doesn't sound any better either, does it?
No.
Yeah, you're with your woman and you get frisky and you just take her.
Like, shut up.
Well, no, obviously she's into it. If she said no, then that's a different story.
That's when you say, shut up.
Or they laugh. The worst is when they laugh. So Mysterio and McTurd had a match with DIY. DIY pinned McTurd in an unnecessarily long match.
Not even gonna lie, this was a good match. Like, McGriddle is a pretty good wrestler. He did his little moonsault and his other various moves that were pretty good, well executed, if I can mark up a little bit. And Gargano and Ciampa, they're still getting over with their work rate, so they do need to change their music though. That stupid DIY music is
it's awful.
Just like a shrinker.
Yeah.
Like a limp dick. Like you immediately go limp when you hear that theme music. You need to be getting it up when you hear that theme music.
Yeah,
and it doesn't do it.
It's bad enough Gargano's on the team. They need to get some credibility.
Well, it's Johnny Wrestling.
So that's Johnny.
That's what I'm saying. They're getting over in their work rate.
Johnny eating disorder.
Okay.
So I skipped the women's tag match.
This was, I believe, Chelsea Green and Piper Niven, right?
Yeah.
Versus versus The Way, Candice LeRae, Indy Hartwell, the women's division of The Way, and The Way wins.
Cool.
I'm not going to go too much into that match, but yes, they won.
Next, we have Gunther. So Kaiser comes out, and he has his own shirt. I can't remember if he wore it last week or not, but I did notice.
Yeah, he did have it last week.
Okay. So Gunther, he gets an amazing introduction with black lights and the ominous music. And Gunther comes out and he says, the Royal Rumble is approaching. And you can feel and smell the desperation. And since we're in Arkansas, I think I can also smell excrement too. When I was away, I observed I just love how he delivered it because it's so fucking not. The timing's off, but it works for him because, he's Austrian. But he thought it was such a good line. It was such a good zinger.
Got him.
Yeah. And Kaiser played it up as well. And he says, when I was away, I observed my fellow superstars argue desperately over who's going to win the Royal Rumble. So I came back to remind everyone that last year I entered at number 1 and was one elimination away from winning the entire thing. I lasted longer in the Royal Rumble than any man in history has lasted. So I lasted longer in the Royal Rumble than any man in history has lasted. So this year, the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion in history is going to win the Royal Rumble and main event WrestleMania. But now, I want to focus on you, Ludwig. Let's take a look at what happened when I was gone. Which kind of, I don't know, Gunther playing little video packages. It's kind of weird. And then they replayed Kaiser fucking up Kofi. And Gunther said that what he saw, he loved to see. You showed me a side of you that I always wanted to show you. You showed grit, confidence, and courage. Well done, my friend. Then Gunther and Kaiser, they man hug. And then Woods interrupts, totally killing the fucking segment. Woods comes out. he talks all serious, but he's holding the microphone like a simp, and he has his little fuzzy attire accessory thing on. Naturally, Woods asks for a match. Kaiser says, "You dare challenge me after what I did to Kofi? What I did to Kofi will be nothing compared to what I do to you. I will take your head. So I accept." And the best part was Gunther, because he laughed at Woods the whole time, and then he laughed his way out of the ring. So Kaiser he's like, the children, let them play.
And he was like, "Oh, he's calling you
Yeah.
out. What are you gonna do about it?"
Right. He was thoroughly enjoyed. So we get Kaiser versus Woods. Ended in a DQ after Woods hit Kaiser with the announce chair. Woods grabs the chair, but Kaiser enziguris it into Woods' face. Kaiser tries to drop kick Woods into the steel steps like he did to Kofi, but Woods regains his composure and then hits a knee on Kaiser. Then he tries to kill Kaiser with the steel steps, and Kaiser ends up running like a bitch through the crowd and completely erasing what he did last week, in my eyes.
Almost. They kind of saved themselves a little bit
with the attack later.
Yeah,
I guess
he was just picking a better spot. That wasn't his. He wasn't like, in the advantage, so he retreated as someone from I don't know where I was going with that. I was going to make a reference that I had no idea what I was making.
Gotcha.
Not a good history guy, so. But yeah, he was just picking a better spot.
Well, then Jay got involved, so maybe Jay's got to. I don't know. Just I don't buy Woods as a killer now. So this intense side of Woods is just it doesn't work for me. I just don't understand why they can't give Kaiser a fucking win.
Well, they're building out the feud, between Woods and
I guess
Imperium and New Day. But it was that point right there that I took as the more seeds planted for Jey Uso versus Gunther, because he stuck his nose in this business.
Right.
Why he didn't do it for Kofi a week before, that's another story, but he did it now. So there was another seed planted.
Yeah, I think that's where we're going with that.
Yeah, probably the reason they haven't like directly done it because they're probably waiting for like Elimination Chamber or something.
Yeah, I can see that, or even WrestleMania.
Well, it can't be WrestleMania because he needs it. Well, it could be WrestleMania actually, but there's still the Jimmy thing.
Yeah, now I think that's too soon or there's not enough build for that.
Yeah, they kind of have.
I think they
moved on.
Yeah, they've missed the boat on that. I mean, if they want to,
they can pick it back up. But
if they want to hot shot it, they can. But if they want a proper build, I think you need more than. I want a long story.
Yeah, they haven't done anything to each other.
Yeah, I don't want like the day after Elimination Chamber. Oh, now we're feuding.
Unless they pick it up at the Royal Rumble, they face off in the Royal Rumble. Jay eliminates Jimmy because
right.
And then Jimmy's got to get even. We go to the Elimination Chamber. Jimmy costs Jay the title. And then now we're going into WrestleMania. Jimmy versus Jay.
Okay. Yeah, I can buy that.
Because, if he gets eliminated, Roman Reigns, you got eliminated by your brother? What are you going to do about that?
And that saves him from having to lose to Gunther. He don't want that smoke.
Well, he might actually beat Gunther. You never know. I think it'd actually be He's a big enough name to be able to beat Gunther.
Yeah, but what are you going to do with Gunther after that? You need a plan for Gunther.
Well, we're gonna get to that later.
Okay.
There's something there's something looming that we need to get to.
Okay.
And that's where Gunther's name comes up.
Fair enough. So Bronson Reed had a thing. He said someone's holding a title that belongs to him.
Poor Bronson Reed.
I like
Because, you know, he said that. He said someone's holding a title and they don't realize that it belongs to him. Well, he wasn't talking about Gunther because he's already, you know,
right.
tried that route. So who else has a title that
I thought he was alluding to the Royal Rumble.
Well, I thought he was alluding to, you know, the World Heavyweight Championship, so Seth Rollins.
Oh, well, there's that too.
Now Seth Rollins is hurt, so
right.
Excuse me. Damn it. I've been teasing it and now just blew my wad all over the place.
All right. Well,
I thought he was alluding to the champion.
Gotcha.
But you know, now if they're gonna
Well, yeah, of course he was alluding to the champion, but I thought it was by way of the Royal Rumble. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's not going to win it. Tozawa, he stole one from Ivar. And then the Deer beat up Maxine. Ivar beat up Tozawa. And then later, or wait, no, Gable and Otis, they were nowhere to be found because they're pussies. And then apparently they were in the back rubbing Tozawa's butthole later with the Inbreed brothers. And then their little creature wanted to set up a match with the Deer.
Golly, the descriptions on this. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, the little creature of the Inbreed brothers creature. She's setting up a match with the Deer. Either way, I'm not going to watch it, so the description doesn't matter. So then Gable says to Tozawa that what Ivar did was an act of cowardice. And next week, he's going to get a lesson on how to hide effectively in the back while your students get their teeth knocked in by Master Gable. Remember when Gable swore to God that he was going to be the one beat Gunther?
Yeah. He's so far from that. But, you know, crazy enough is it still might be the plan.
I mean,
you know, they'll just pull it out of thin air a month before it happens.
Exactly what I said.
Yeah.
So Rhea Ripley was next, and she came out and she said the same shit she says every week. And then Becky Lynch came out, and that let me know the segment's not important to me. Want to fill us in?
Yep. So Becky Lynch, she came out. She paralleled her and Rhea's career. They're both from a foreign country. They came over here to prove themselves. They both went from an afterthought to a main event of WrestleMania. The only difference is one of them actually won at WrestleMania. Which got me to thinking, I was like, didn't Becky also win at WrestleMania? But anyway, she said one of them is actually won at WrestleMania, and there's a little voice in Becky's head that is telling her that Rhea Ripley is better than her. But the only way for her to prove that is she needs, or no, there's a voice that's telling her that Rhea Ripley is better than her, but she needs to prove that voice wrong. And the only way to do that is to go to WrestleMania, face Rhea Ripley, and beat Rhea Ripley. And Rhea Ripley said, basically, I agree with everything you said, except for the whole beating me part. You know, the part when you're talking good about me, I agree with that. And then she said, I'll see you. Or she said, I want you to win the Royal Rumble so I can face you at WrestleMania. And then she said, I'll see you at WrestleMania.
Ooh.
So, I mean, it was a match we already knew it was coming anyway. Still, that doesn't tell me anything as far as who's winning the Royal Rumble, but Yeah, it was a match we already knew it was coming for WrestleMania.
Yeah. Okay. Miz and R-Truth versus the Judgment Day. Truth came out with the Judgment Day. Well, he was behind them, which I gotta admit was funny.
And also his graphic was on. So the Judgment Day, they have the three Reapers or whatever the hell those things are,
Yeah.
and then you had Truth there with him.
I missed that. I'll have to go back and watch that.
So yeah, he was up there on the Titantron with him.
Judgment Day, they pinned R-Truth. I was kind of out when they did the thing with the wad of cash all over the ring. It looked like R-Truth was wrestling Finn, but he wasn't wrestling Priest. So it's kind of like what they were doing with Dominic and McTurd.
So yeah, this match, there's a little pre-thing back from the earlier segment with Priest and Truth.
Oh yeah, he told him not to tag
When he
in.
was, he told him not to tag into the match. So Truth, he started out the match, so he didn't technically tag in, but he did tag in at the end. But yeah, he's handing everybody a wad of cash because he's like, "This is your cut from the shirts." And then JD McNugget 20-piece. Damn it. JD McTwenty-piece nuggets gets up on the apron. He's like, "Hey, where's my cut?" And Truth says, "You're not in the Judgment Day." So he didn't get a cut. And um, yeah, the match was pretty much comedy, if you will. Truth and Finn, they start out the match. Truth going, or I'm sorry, Finn's going hard, and Truth's like, "Hey man, you going too hard. That really hurts." And then the match continues, and yeah, they're beating the hell out of Truth, or they're beating the hell out of Miz, and then the Truth tags in, and Damian Priest says, "I told you not to tag into the match." Hits him with the South of Heaven, and then he was showing remorse that he did it, but then he had to also act like he didn't care.
Yeah.
So yeah, Truth and the judge, Truth and Priest are like getting this budding relationship, and the rest of Judgment
Oh
Day,
boy.
he's like his big guy. I don't know.
Can't wait to see
Is
the
this where we're leading to, like a Priest and Truth tag team match, like kind of like
Sting and Darby Allin.
no? I'm trying to think of an instance where it's like a protector versus in a or you have like I mean, okay, like Enzo and Big Cass,
Oh
where Big Cass is like the muscle or the protector.
yeah, it'd be like Shawn Michaels and Diesel or Sid.
Yeah, boy, did those not turn out for him. Which, just a quick question: which one did you think was worse, the Sid or the Diesel turn?
The Diesel.
I think it was the Sid turn when he was like power. He kept power bombing him, and it's like, oh no, he's killing him. And and through kid eye lenses.
Yeah, but I think to me it seemed like he was closer to Diesel though.
Yeah, that's true. And that was going back to Sid. That's when he was Psycho Sid, and he was wearing that denim jacket with no shirt under it, and he just like kept power bombing him. I was all in my emotions as a kid.
Yeah. That was good shit.
And then yeah, the Diesel one. You kind of saw that one coming because he was kind of overstepping his friendship there.
Yeah, but
Like he was really treating him like crap. Like the Sid one, you didn't really see coming.
true. I mean, yeah, you're right. Still, I don't know. maybe because Sid just never seemed like he was 100% in it for anybody other than himself.
Yeah, he did give zero fucks.
Yep. Anything else with R-Truth and stuff?
No, it's interesting to see where they're going.
Oh, sure.
The fact that they've been able to string this along for so long. Because he got the South of Heaven, so it's going to be interesting to see next week what he's how he's going to flip that into. Oh no, that was just a misunderstanding.
Well, I will be on pins and needles.
I'm sure you will.
Shinsuke Nakamura had a package letting us know he's not done with Cody, and he's also focused on winning the Royal Rumble. So he's 0-2, but he ain't done with Cody.
Yep.
Zoe Stark and Shayna Baszler, they won a tag match.
They beat Natalya and Tegan Knox. I will say, this tag team is starting to grow on me.
Which
this
one?
Zoe Stark and Shayna Baszler.
They're awesome.
So the beginning of, or like the backstage segment that led to the match was Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark. They were talking to Candice LeRae and Indy Hartwell, and then in walks Natalya and Tegan Knox. They say, "Oh, if you're looking for competition, you can. Why not wait?" Because I guess the match was set up for next week, and they're like, "Why wait until next week? We can do it tonight." And Zoe and the best part of it, Zoe and Shayna was like, "You think they can even last 20 seconds?" Like, you're right there in her face, and you're saying that. So yeah, they're just like two badasses just going through the division. So they're starting to grow on me.
I've liked him since I've liked him for a while.
And yeah, the match hard hitting, of course, on their side. They're just bringing the pain. They're slapping, like Zoe was slapping the shit out of Tegan Knox.
Good.
Great sound. And then the ending, Shayna Baszler, she locks in the Carafito clutch. Natalya was trying to wiggle her way out of it. And then there was a point where it just like set in, right? Because Natalya, she was trying to get out of it, and Shayna rolled it and then put her on her side, and it was just like locked in. And then as she knew it, she started yelling, "Yeah!" Because she knew it was done. And of course, Natalya had to tap out. So yeah, they're growing on me slowly but surely.
All right. Good. Well,
I was always a Shayna fan. Zoe, I had to come around on her. So
yeah, Zoe, for some reason, I've liked her since I saw her first match. She's got it.
So yeah, and they're also doing pretty good at trying to. I mean, they're trying.
Mm-hmm.
They still got a long way to go, of course, but they're trying to build an actual tag team division around the women. So I like that. So you got like the Way. Hold on, let's write it down here. You got the Way. You got Katana Chance and Kaden Carter, the champions. You got Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark. You got Damage Control, or the Kabuki Warriors. You got Unholy Union. So there's teams there. So they're actually trying to like put together an actual division.
Sure.
You just got to give it time. Well, we have to give it time. I don't know about you. I don't put. I know how your time works.
We learned that Rhodes and Punk are having a chat next week, so that'll be fun.
Must see TV. That one will be.
Jinder Mahal and Seth Rollins is next for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Oh yeah, and by the way, go ahead and put that down for the clips next week. I'll tell you on there. Punk and Rhodes, put it down for the cook next week.
All right. So Rollins, of course, he won with a curb stomp. It was overbooked horse shit. Priest came out at one point with his briefcase. Then McIntyre came out eventually, so they could get into a fight. Then Rollins, who has been crippled, they've been playing that for months now. He manages to overcome Mahal and Indus to retain his fucking title. Thanks for playing Indus. We'll see you in clips from Saturday night's main event. Also, Rollins got hurt in the match. So he has one leg and he lost to Indus and Jinder Mahal. And no back.
Really? You're not going to give him credit?
Fuck no, I'm not going to give him credit. Promising young talent was sacrificed for this cross-dressing fuck. No, he gets no credit. Zero credit. Harry gives zero credit to Seth Rollins.
Well, you're a hypocrite then, because, you spent the last 2 weeks, unfortunately, this seems to be happening weekly, but you spent the last 2 weeks talking about someone getting hurt and not finishing the match. Here is Seth Rollins getting hurt and he finished the match. Now you're not giving him credit for it.
I'm not a hypocrite because I have historically skipped Seth Rollins' matches.
But he did the thing you discredit everybody else for.
Okay, fine. I will give one credit.
There you go.
A half a credit to Seth Rollins. No, you know what? I was thinking about that earlier today. And I do appreciate that about Seth Rollins. I will say that.
But thus in lies the issue. Well, first, if I can go on the match a little bit.
Well, just real quick. Seth Rollins, he finishes a match on one leg. You're telling me that Vinci or Theory, they couldn't have just rolled over to fucking cover whoever they were wrestling? To at least stop the match in a reasonable way instead of just, oh, it's over.
Well, I think the difference is head injury versus leg injury.
You're kidding me, right?
There's no CTE in your leg.
So it's not about the injury, it's about the lawsuit.
That too.
Okay. As long as we get that established.
Yep, you get a head injury. You can't be playing around with that these days.
Yeah, but MCL fucks you up for quite a while.
You have to put Vinci's face on the W. It's going to turn from a W to a V.
Well, I know an MCL sprain would end your career in Madden 99.
I know, right? Those were the days. You get that injury, it's career ending.
You finally get a franchise quarterback.
It's just a couple months.
Preseason, he gets an ACL tear. Just makes you want to cry.
The whole the whole franchise mode.
Yeah.
Oh, he's out. I gotta go back.
So, but yeah, that's.
Man, I miss those little franchise modes. Rebuilding a team.
Me too. I missed the
good times.
The college game, man. That was the shit.
Oh yeah, getting a 1-star team, putting the difficulty all the way up, and putting the speed difference on so you can see how shitty your team actually is. It's like, why do I put myself through this?
I'm firmly convinced that series took years off my life. Fucking Corso.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating enough. You get put up against Alabama with your 1-star school, and they're just crushing you. It's like there's no offensive line even there.
I just like that there was constant turnover. Like with Madden, you have basically, I mean, your bit players, they're ever changing, but your star players you have for a while.
Yeah, in the college game, you can change your season, you can change your career or your whole franchise around in 1 year. You get a
Yeah.
5-star recruit, you're there now.
Well, and you can also just diversify your bonds too, because do we want to be a running team this year? I want to be a passing team this year. Do we want to be balanced?
Yeah. Good times. They need to bring those back.
Yeah,
They're supposed to, but we'll see. They're
they've
supposed
been
to be.
saying that for years.
Yeah. I think for the last 3 years, there's supposed to have been a new. Oh, no. It was supposed to be 20. I think that thing in the news kind of got in the way.
Yeah. Excuses. But you had stuff to say about Seth, besides the working through the injury.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, he worked through the injury, but there was a moment that I thought they're actually about to do this. And it was the point where Veer, through all the distraction, Veer hits Seth Rollins with the briefcase, and that turns into a coloss. And then Jinder goes for the pin, and it's a close 2 count.
Mm.
And at that point, I was like, are they actually about to do it? Like, oh, let me go ahead and fire up Twitter. Because I know some people are about to get. I know there's about to be some angry people.
Don't you think that's a little ridiculous, though?
What?
He
That
gets
I was
hit.
immediately gonna.
No, he gets hit in the head with a briefcase, and then he gets hit with Jinder's finisher, and still kicks out of it. Like I know Seth's the champion and all, and he's a fighting champion, but goddamn, at some point, you can't take it. What's it going to take to beat him?
Yeah, I think they should have. They could have called on that a little bit, like
Or
maybe
at
do the
least,
briefcase, but not the coloss, because
yeah,
that is his move. So should have been protected a little bit there.
I don't know, but
So yeah, I did have a little bit of problem with that, but yeah, it was a believable finish, and then it didn't happen. So
there you go. Well, that was Raw.
that was Raw, and we alluded to it. We might as well talk about it here.
All right.
Seth Rollins potentially injured. Oh, he did get injured during this match. The extent of it is the question.
It's an MCL tear.
He tore his MCL, and he's and something about his meniscus.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor. He might have arthroscopic surgery, which would mean that he's going to be back in time for WrestleMania, or he's going to have invasive surgery, which means he'll miss WrestleMania.
Yeah. By the way, yeah, as you said it, we're not doctors. This is all for entertainment purposes only. So, but yeah, so if he gets the surgery, he's going to miss WrestleMania. If he doesn't get the surgery, there's a chance, not even a guarantee, there's a chance he can come back. It sounds like if he doesn't get the surgery, it's more of a pain tolerance thing. Like, can you work through the pain?
Yeah.
But then, there's also like, do you hurt yourself more if you do it, or
Well,
if you put this off? Do you hurt yourself further, and then now you've really messed something up?
there's a chance that if the doctor says there's a chance he's not going to fuck it up anymore, because that's possible. Cornette, if I'm not mistaken, he had an ACL tear from Starrcade 86, I think. We'll watch it. And he lived with it for quite a while. And it's, yeah, like you said, it's a pain tolerance thing. And of course, a quality of life type thing.
Yeah, and if you can, but aside from all that, because that's the doctor side of things. But on our side of things, it's time to wildly speculate.
All right.
If Rollins does so happen to miss WrestleMania, let's just say that's the worst case scenario happens here. He has to miss WrestleMania. Oh, by the way, there's an announcement coming on Raw that he's addressing his future,
Hmm.
so it may happen to happen. So if he does have to miss WrestleMania, who replaces Seth Rollins? Now I
Well,
put it down as there's only. Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead, man.
I was gonna say I put it that there's only two viable options, and actually, I I lied. There can be three. Number one, Seth Rollins. He comes out on Monday. He starts talking about his future, and Damian Priest comes out and cashes in for the title.
Okay.
Um, Number two, he vacates the title, and then it's put on the line in the Elimination Chamber. And then from that point, I would say it has to be Drew McIntyre that wins it.
Okay.
So uh, those are my only two viable options. Number three would involve Gunther, but you got to get that Intercontinental title off him somehow, and then he takes the title. Same way, he goes to the Elimination Chamber, takes the title. Maybe they could even do it where, okay, Seth Rollins has to vacate the title. We're putting it on the line in the Elimination Chamber. Whoever wins the chamber is getting the title. Gunther says, I want to be in that match. Well, you're the Intercontinental title champion. So, I mean, if you're going to be in the match, you have to relinquish your title. You put your you put your title, you vacate your title to get into the Elimination Chamber match. And then then he would win it.
I would. I the obvious route would be Priest, and I would play up that Seth comes out and he says, "Oh, they think they're going to keep me out of WrestleMania, but guess what? I'm going to be there." Then then Priest does his attack, and then he fucks up Seth's leg even more, so that justifies him, being gone and shit. So then Priest, has his little run until Seth comes back to reclaim what's his.
Well, I mean, I think even to be safe, because there's a chance that he can miss WrestleMania,
Mm-hmm.
even if he does put off the surgery. So even if he does, I would say you cash in, you have Priest cash in,
Right.
and then if he can come back by WrestleMania, then you just you know they have a match and he gets the title back.
Just
Now
like
we're
on Raw.
gonna yeah, like
Okay.
whatever you got to do, just whatever you got to do, you just get him the title back.
On a house show.
Yeah,
All right.
like forget your storylines, just give him the title.
Wow. All right.
um,
If they go the vacated route, I don't see any reason why Gunther has to drop the IC title.
Say he'd hold both titles.
Yeah, and I think it could be a situation where he just says, "You know what? I've taken the IC title as far as I can take it." And he either vacates it or he gives it to Kaiser.
Yeah, you can give it to Kaiser.
And Kaiser can
We'll lose it a week later.
Kaiser can wipe away whatever prestige Gunther built.
Yeah, but it then becomes a matter of the prestige of the title.
Right. Well,
So
that's up to
if he
whoever wins
vacates
it,
it,
though.
I don't like the vacating idea because if he vacates it, then you know he's put so much care into the title. Why would he just vacate it like that?
It's because he has the top prize now.
But
Yeah.
yes, if he's double champion, first of all, we already have that in Roman Reigns, so we
Right.
don't need to do it again.
Right.
And the other thing is where I'm more concerned is then he's got to, if he, unless he loses them at the same time, right? He would have to lose to get the other title off of him if he's like double champion. So at some
Yeah,
point
that's
we have to visually see him get pinned to lose, probably be the Intercontinental title first. So we have to see him get pinned to lose that title.
nah. I'd rather him vacate it.
So yeah, that's why I would say vacate over the two. But yeah, those are the only real two options. Either Priest cashes in Monday, and you can even do it where Priest or Seth Rollins he comes out. So I know you've seen what's going around on the internet, and it's true. I have a torn meniscus, and then at that point right there, that should be all Priest needs to hear to come cash in. Like, say no more.
Yeah. Finally.
Yeah,
Is it?
because
Would he cash in though? Since Drew McIntyre's all bitchy.
well, that's the thing. Um, you have Priest cash in because they have a match set up for Monday. So you have Priest cash in, and then that night, now you can have McIntyre versus Priest for the title because now he's the champion.
Okay.
Now, I don't think you go that crazy. Priest cashes in, he takes the title into the main event, loses to Drew McIntyre. That's a little too far out, but that match then becomes a title match.
Well,
But yeah,
he could lose to Drew McIntyre, and then Drew McIntyre can take it to WrestleMania to face Punk.
yeah. So I'm thinking of it as going to WrestleMania. It would make, if you're still going to do Punk in the marquee match, Drew McIntyre would make the next best option because he has a story there with Punk.
Right.
Gunther doesn't really have a story, although Punk is such a professional. I'm sure he can make a story out of anybody who's like, if he does Gunther, I was thinking you do like Rocky when he faced Dragunov, or what the hell's that guy's name?
Yeah, it was Drago. Drago.
Drago. Yeah,
Drago.
you can do that story pretty much.
And you know what? Punk is such a nerd. He'd do that.
Yeah, like the unstoppable Gunther, and I gotta go overcome this dragon.
It's
So
a
you can
shame
make
that
a.
it's a shame it won't be like Rocky though, and Punk would have to lose.
Well, there is that, but we're just talking about getting to WrestleMania.
Damn,
So
kid. Punk's
they
first
can
match
make a
is a
story out of
loss.
that. Yeah, they can make a story out of that.
Yeah, I would be interested in that. I would just be interested, and it would be a great angle if they don't do the Rocky thing. They would do something good.
Yeah, there's other options. That was just the one I'm just pitching a little bit of ideas out there, but yeah, you have that. I'm sure he can make a story with Priest somehow, and then Drew McIntyre. There's already a built-in story. We're not talking about Cody Rhodes because his story is not here. His
Right.
story is on SmackDown, so he's not going to be in.
Even though it would be fun to watch Punk and Cody.
It would be, but yeah, his story is elsewhere, so
Right.
he's out of the equation for this, and
Absolutely.
that's why I also don't put him as one of the options of winning the title.
See, I like the idea of just Priest taking out Rollins and then boasting about how he beat the fighting champion and all that shit.
Yeah. And then, yeah, for unfortunate for Priest, he will essentially be a transitional champion because he makes it to WrestleMania and then he loses the title. Like, he's not making it out of WrestleMania as champion, obviously, in this scenario.
Right.
And then even before then, like I said, if Rollins can come back, you, I don't care where it is. It could be at the grocery store. You get him that title back so he can get to WrestleMania. House show, whatever you want it to be.
That would be something.
But again, that's all if Rollins has to miss WrestleMania. So we don't know that yet. We'll see where that goes. But those are just some ideas to throw it out you there. Because we know people, that is the question to ask. Who replaces Rollins if he's out?
All right. And yeah, next up is SmackDown. Do you want to shill the shills?
Oh, yeah. Let me talk to you again. We are on the road to 500 subscribers. We're a little under 100 subscribers away. So if you want to help us out with that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Like button pushes it out to more people. You can find us on all the social medias. We're pretty much whatever social media you got, we're there. The show podcast. I like that one. I like it. I like that delivery right there.
There you go.
And then
what if I want to buy a t-shirt for my favorite wrestler?
Oh, yes. We're also affiliated with the WWE. So in the description, past the like button, you can click on that link and it'll take you to the WWE.com for all your merchandise needs for the WWE. And we get a little kickback, I can say that. So thank you for those who have done that or will do that. And that's it.
All right. Well, SmackDown starts with a clip of the Bloodline trying to fuck shit up, but then they get wrecked instead. And then we cut to Jimmy and Solo, who are just standing out in the cold. And then Roman and Heyman arrive to the arena. Roman kind of turns to Heyman and says, "What did I say?" Heyman says, "You said to fix it." Roman says, "Is it fixed?" "No. And that's why I'm here, to make everything right again." And after Roman leaves, Solo says he's going to fix everything himself. So Aldis is waiting in the ring to announce the contract signing. And I'm actually glad they were getting this out of the way right off the jump. I was afraid it'd be the main event segment. Silly me. Nick introduces the good guys. They all come out. Randy immediately signs the contract while AJ and Knight, they just stare into each other's eyes wistfully. Roman comes out next, but it's not Roman. It's Paul Heyman. The crowd boos Heyman furiously, except when he says his name. They chant along with that because they're fucking morons. Heyman says that they just got there and haven't had a chance to look at the contract with an attorney. So unfortunately, Roman Reigns will not be signing the contract tonight. Nick says, "That's perfectly fine, because I have 3 willing signatures already, so I'll just make this a triple threat match for the vacant undisputed title." Heyman's pissed now, but not pissed enough to get in the ring. So he jumps on the apron and he says, "Mr. Aldis, you have to understand that I care about you, and I respect the mediocre job that you've been doing on SmackDown. And the fact that you do such a mediocre job, you look really good doing it. And these Paul Heyman wannabe custom suits that you wear. But no matter how good you look, you'll never be able to sell this to the board of directors, to the fine people of Atlanta. And no way you can sell this to your tribal chief, because he calls the shots." Heyman says it needs to be a one-on-one match. LA Knight, he interrupts. He tells Heyman that to shut the hell up. But he's right. It should be a one-on-one match because he had Roman beat until his cross-eyed half-wit cousin saved him. "But Paul, if you say one more thing, I'm going to come over there and cut bacon off your back." So he called him a pig. Knight says that it should be his rematch, but a couple of Johnny-come-latelys cutting the line and getting the picture. You have AJ and Randy, all of a sudden, they jump to the front of the line and to be a part of my match. All this after having a couple of vacations. And AJ is like, a few months off, a vacation, motherfucker, I was exploded. You walked over my dead body to get to Roman, and you lost, which is a good point. He's the only one that really, like, well, him and Randy. Like, you lost to Roman, motherfucker.
Right.
And AJ says, you're even lucky to be even in this match. And he says, if there's anyone with a horseshoe planted firmly up his ass, it's you, AJ. And you know what? Drop the bass in your voice when you talk to me and focus on Roman Reigns. And then they bicker some more about not fighting Roman, but each other. The Knight says he'll walk over AJ's dead body again to be champion. And then Styles and Knight, they just start fighting. And all this, he tries to break it up with a clipboard in his hand until security comes out, which I thought like he would break him up with one arm. I thought we were going there.
I mean, he did for a minute.
Yeah.
Holding the clipboard all the while. Yeah. It's like, look at that big Aldous energy. That big Nick energy right there.
Right. So they cut to Heyman, and he's giddy as fuck at the sight of the two competitors of Roman fighting. But he forgot that there's a viper in the ring. So Randy grabs Paul by the tie, and he tells him that he sees right through him, and his plan's not going to work. Here's why. He's going to beat and drop Solo tonight in this ring, in this city, and that only leaves Jimmy as backup for Roman, and ain't no one afraid of his ass. Then I'm going to reintroduce Roman to the three most dangerous letters in all of wrestling. RKO. And then he kind of straightens Heyman up and he leaves. And later AJ demands a match with Knight from Aldous. Which Punk and McIntyre need to fucking take notes, I think.
We're not giving away a Punk match on a Raw first.
Okay.
Or maybe we will. No. I forgot. Royal Rumble's this week, so we're not.
Unless it's a tag match or something.
I don't think he's wrestling. I think he's just going to talk.
Well, next up is Legos and Phantoms, and they beat the LWO. It was a stupid 6-man tag match. Escobar, he rolled up a distracted Carlito to get the win. Your thoughts?
Like I said with DIY, LWO seems to actually be hitting their stride in the ring.
Serious? Oh, okay.
They still have like, the personality of Wet Blanket, but in the ring wise, they're hitting their stride. It seems they're getting over with the crowd with their death-defying moves and such. And I'm not being funny about that. That's actually happening. And Legato, I don't know. I guess that's their name. They keep saying, "This is my new familia." This is Legato, so Legato de Familia. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know their name, but we'll just call them the Familia. I really like them. I like Santos' music.
I do too.
And then the one thing I do, I think we mentioned it last week. Seems like this is going to be the new Judgment Day and Sami and Kevin Owens thing. We're just going to fight every week until infinity.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that unfortunate thing, but
we're 2 for 2.
Yeah,
I thought this was a waste of Carlito.
Why so?
Well, one, he's just thrown in a 6-man match, a 6-man tag match with 4 other losers. when the real match is Escobar and Carlito. It's on SmackDown, and Carlito's been back since what, last year's Royal Rumble?
No, I mean, well, yeah, he was at the Royal Rumble,
I mean,
but
he's been around.
he was off TV for ever.
Exactly. He came back and he hasn't done anything. And then he the first time we see him in a long time, and he's in this nothing match, and he loses.
You gotta give him time.
Okay.
I mean, Legato couldn't have lost this soon, so I don't know how you get out of it.
By not having Carlito in the match.
And then you got your Carlito versus Santos 1-on-1 next week, and Legato shouldn't be losing. That being Santos Escobar. So I don't know how you get out of that either, other than Santos winning.
Carlito should win. Carlito should eat his heart. Next up was a pretty deadly segment that I skipped.
Did you skip the match too?
No, actually, I did not.
Okay. So it's just a teaser for the match. They said that last week, because it's a rematch. Last week we were caught off guard because we didn't know Tyler Bate was going to be there. But this week there's going to be no surprises. We're going to be 100% ready for Tyler Bate and Butch. There's going to be no surprises.
Good.
So
good deal.
That's what they said. And then we get to the match.
Well, first we had Lashley and the Street Profits. They had a little backstage thing. And I will say Ford is great when he's not screaming like a Walmart greeter. And they want the final testament sooner than later. And Cross and his friends, they had shit to say too. I can't be fucked to remember what they said. They want Lashley as well. They traded video packages. They traded YouTube videos.
They did. And I would tell you, I would translate or go over what they said, but it's not that I wasn't interested. I just literally didn't understand what the hell they said.
There you go.
Because Cross, his group, they speak so cryptic. It's like, what am I hearing? And I'm into it, but it's just like, they're saying, I don't know. It's like you need a freaking roadmap to figure out what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, like a picture diagram for what the hell they're talking about.
I think he tries to be too clever. He being Cross with the shit he says.
Don't you go try and put Cross down. We're getting him over on this.
Man,
he's over.
There's I mean, you might not take too much stock in it, but both Cornette and Dutch Mantel on their podcast, they said Cross is done. They saw him come out with Paul Ellering and the Apostles, whatever tag team that is,
AOP.
Yeah, and they're like, nope, he's done. There's no way. Scarlett's good looking. She needs to break off and do something else.
What do they know? They don't know nothing.
Okay.
They haven't worked in the business.
Nope. It's true.
They haven't gotten anybody over or gotten heat.
That's true.
They don't know anything about stars.
They've never been in the ring.
Yeah. They don't know anything about stars.
All right.
Let's get a crossover on this one. He's over.
All right. So next up is Pretty Deadly versus Tyler Bate and Butch. Only Butch is Pete Dunne again. And actually, Corey really sold me when he was doing he's a sadistic bruiserweight that skins his ring gear himself. So that, that kind of made me sit up a little bit. And that Dunn still does the little McFinger bangs. I guess we're just gonna have to live with that. When they did the little airplane spin, that's when I just started skipping to when Pete Dunne was in the ring. Dunne looked awesome. I see why on that short where it was like, Pete Dunne's awesome. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I would defend that as well. Butch, I wouldn't. Butch is not a fucking hill I would die on. I stand by Mouthpiece McFingerbang. Pete Dunne, I'm excited to see. I hope he does well. He ends up winning with the bitter end on the blonde one. And yeah, much needed fresh coat of paint for Dunne.
Absolutely. And if we were making a clip out of this, I would have titled it Butch is Done with 2 N's and an E.
All right.
that's pretty much that was the because I'm always thinking about titles, and I would have done that one. But also another addition to the tag team division that seems to be a good addition.
I would rather see Dunne go. We've seen him as a tag team forever. I'd rather see him go single.
Well, when they bring back that cruiserweight division that I keep saying that should bring back, he would make a great top of the card for the cruiserweight division.
Yeah. So up next is the Kevin Owens show. The guest is Logan Paul. I skipped most of it. Kevin Owens' whole deal is that he can take more punishment than anybody and he'll keep coming and blah, blah, blah. Logan doesn't know what he's getting into. They sure his cast got into the picture. I think he has to remove it for the match. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Because Logan,
that was the stipulation. Because I can't have you cheating with that weapon on your hand.
So they get to a point where they're going to get into a confrontation. Owens, he offers to take his cast off to make Paul more comfortable. Then, as Owens is doing that, Logan sucker punches Owens right with his right hand. But Owens gets back up, showing he's a different animal. Paul and Owens tussle. Then Owens eventually gets his broken hand slammed against the ring post. And then Paul stands tall.
Yep. That was pretty much the gist of the segment.
Cool.
It was a good segment. I am ready for the match. And it'll be interesting to see how they get. Well, obviously, the ending there. When we get to the prediction segment, I'll tell you the ending. But it should be a good match.
All right. We have the Bloodline backstage next. Roman said he got to the bus and then he saw that a viper was around Heyman's neck. He said, "Why the fuck did Heyman go out there alone when there's two of you?" He's really looking directly at Jimmy. He says, "I keep giving you opportunities. Keep saying you're the quarterback. I'm the quarterback. You're the backup quarterback. Audibles, hot routes, yeet, no yeet, no yeet." And Solo gets in between Roman and Jimmy, and he says, "Hey, last week was on me. You made me tribal heir for a reason." Oh, yeah, forgot about that. So tonight, I'm going to fix it. And then he just walks away while Roman looks pensive.
And Jimmy follows him.
Yeah.
That being Solo.
We had the women's tag match with Unholy Union in it. Damage Controller out there right away. Fucking Bailey's on commentary. Unholy Union lost to two boring, sparkly cunts clean. I'm done with women's wrestling.
Well, and on the back of that next week, the Kabuki Warriors have challenged them to a title match.
Okay.
It's kind of weird how they got there, but Yes, there's a title match next week.
I just know that they have a very interesting team that would be a dominant tag team. They gave Piper Niven and fucking Chelsea goddamn Green a lengthy title run, and they're nothing.
Well, I know that I was out there being confused. I didn't know. I didn't know what to do with myself. I had both Dakota Kai and Isla Dawn out there. I was like, "Oh no!"
Well, I do know one of the girls from the tag team, the Chance and Carter. It took both of them tried to lift Isla Dawn onto the ropes and they couldn't. Both of them,
That's right.
and they lost. They won clean, and it pissed me off because they were doing.
They're the champions.
No, they're not champions. They fucking suck.
They're the party. They're the life
The
of the
little
party.
fucking Sailor Moon wannabes.
You know,
little squirt guns. Fuck them both.
Chance.
Unholy Union is. Let me finish. Unholy Union is so much goddamn better than anything on the roster. They should be the title holders right now. They come back, no fucking fanfare. Why did they was it such a big deal when they got drafted? They had that little fucking video. They're crying and hugging. Oh, this is such a good moment for us. Oh, it's such a big deal that we got the NXT champions on the main roster. Take that, NXT. Take that, AEW. Take that, God. And then they just lose. They've been gone. They come back. No celebration. No nothing. No anything. Oh, wait. No. They did interfere briefly in a fucking gimmick match for no reason. The for inexplicably the women's champion was in a fucking Christmas street fight. But no, instead of giving us compelling people, they want to shove these little sparkly bitches down our throat. Fuck them both. I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Well, she was Katana Chance, the little white one. She is the only.
Big
She was
emphasis
the
on the
first
word
woman.
little. Sorry, I'm done. I'm done.
She was the first woman to climb the warp wall in Ninja Warrior. So there's that. She can do anything she puts her mind to. And then there's Carter, and they're real life best friends, and they're just the life of the party. And they just won the title, so they're not going to lose it a week later. There's that. The real question is, why was Unholy Union even in this match? You could have someone else in this match.
They could have, but they didn't. They'd rather kill Unholy Union because our only two impressions of them are losing.
Well, it's game over for them next week because they'll be facing the Kabuki Warriors. So fun and games are over now.
Who?
Chance and Carter.
Oh, no, whatever.
It's a wrap. You had a good 2-week title run.
Don't get me started on that shit. They like we said a few weeks ago. They should be the female nation, or not nation, the female NWO. But they're not. They're jokes. They're in fucking Christmas street fights.
There is that. But still.
If they're going to shove the shit down our throat, and if we're supposed to pretend to like this shit, why can't it be good?
I don't know.
Okay.
You put too much stock into
Well, I want my shit to be good. That's all. I want the good people to be featured. I don't want little sparkly bitches on my fucking TV. I don't want them to look pretty. You got fucking Isla Dawn's pretty. Tell me Isla Dawn's not prettier than both of those little bitches put together.
Of course she is.
All right
I
then.
mean, of course.
And they were a better tag team. Right off the bat, they were doing tag team moves.
I think they both were. But yeah. The reign's over, so you don't have to worry about them anymore.
Well, and then they'll fuck that up too. So
Now if they get out there and beat Kabuki Warriors, we're gonna have to have a problem.
then the Kabuki Warriors, they'll still be
Unless
jokes.
it's a something. Unless it's to further the story of Bailey.
All right. I skipped the Carmelo Anthony thing.
It's Carmelo Hayes, and basically he just had a segment talking about how he's him and Inwalk's Theory and Waller. And it was a weird thing. So Theory and Waller, they interrupt the interview. They talk about this being Theory, talks about how you tried to end my career. And Carmelo says, hey, if you want to run it back, we can run it back next week. Theory initially is like, next week, huh? I got something to do. Not next week. And Waller jumps in and says, no, you don't. You can, he'll see you next week.
All right.
And Theory's like, you got to stop doing that. So it was weird there. Like, why? Now, I'm going to say why it was weird. So Grayson Waller, throws the match out there. Now, coupled with the obvious viral clip that happened this week.
Oh, you saw it.
Of Grayson Waller standing up for the WWE against this geek. Boy, now you see when I call these people geeks. Now you see that is a definition of a geek right there.
This guy's first time on television, I would assume, by the way he was acting.
Yeah, so to break down the whole clip,
swinging his arms like Popeye.
Grayson Waller and LA Knight, they're over in Australia. They're promoting the show Elimination Chamber that's going to be coming there. And they're sitting down with these news reporters, kind of like Good Morning America or Regis and Kelly type deal.
Maybe more like Good Morning America, I'd say.
Yeah. So they're sitting there. One of the co-hosts asks LA Knight if he can hit her with
no.
BFT, his move.
They wanted them to hit a finisher on some dude that's about to leave.
Well, no, she first asked, can you hit it on... Oh, no, you're right. Can you hit it on our producer or our manager because he's leaving or something? LA Knight's like, I'm not going to do that.
The look on his face.
Yeah.
As she's saying it, he's like, what the fuck is this bitch asking me?
And then he throws it over to Grayson Waller. He's like, do you want to take this one? And all of a sudden, this, like I said, this geek, he comes out and he's like, oh, why don't you do it on me? And he's like doing the old school
Popeye little arm hook thing shit.
Yeah, so he's moving his hands in a circular motions, like, put him up, pal.
And then these dumb fucks play John Cena's music.
Yeah. Completely disrespectful.
So I can't blame Waller for flying off the handle.
Yeah, and then obviously I'm thinking is like when I initially watch it, I'm thinking it's just like they're just trying to do this viral thing so it can make the waves and just add more to the show.
There is that too.
To the Elimination Chamber. But then I thought about it. It was like, okay, maybe they are doing that, but why Waller? Like, because he's a heel. Like, why are they having him do that?
Because they were in Australia.
I would understand it more.
Or something.
Yeah, they're in Australia.
So, I mean,
but yes,
I would if why Waller is because he would be the local guy there, and maybe they didn't expect it to be big, virally, more of a regional thing. If it were fake,
Okay. But then what's the end game there?
to get more popularity for Waller in his hometown. They're
Yes,
probably
but
wanting
he's a
more
heel.
business from Australia.
But I'm saying, yeah, he's a heel, so like
Yeah, and he's
it would
doing
make
heel
sense.
shit. That's a heel thing to do.
Was it? He was
He
defending
was
his.
okay. Remember back in the '90s when Taker and Vader were on that Indian talk show, and they asked both of them if wrestling's fake. No, the guy asked Taker if wrestling's fake, and Taker was champion at the time. And Taker's like, "That's an unoriginal question. I'm not even going to answer that." And then they were about to move on, and Vader's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'd like to answer that question. I'm not now. I'm not as eloquent as that guy over here. But after I'm done, after I'm done beating his ass, I'm gonna beat your fucking ass." And he grabbed the guy. He's like, "Does this fucking feel fake?" Oh, I'm surprised you don't know that. I'm gonna have to send you that clip.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
Really? Okay, that's famous. Um, so that's kind of like what this was. So Vader is the heel. Taker was the face. Now, a good guy is not going to assault a, a television show host. I know, he would defend the business, but he wouldn't get to the point where he would assault the guy or want to assault the guy. Now, if it got to the point where the guy assaulted him, or they'd have to break that barrier first. Now, Waller being the heel, he's in a position where he could just automatically say, "Dude, I'll knock you the fuck out." This ain't gonna be. I know you want to be all fun and games right now, but I will break your jaw, bitch. Especially with the little hook arms.
Yeah,
Knight
while you're over here saying, "Let me at him, pal."
Now, Knight, he is in a position where he could say, I'll slap the taste out of your mouth." He is that type of character, but he's still a good guy. He can't really do that traditionally.
Okay. Yeah, I saw it as him being a face, like because he's defending, but makes more sense. Like
Now,
a heel.
on the flip side, if you fucking treat if you let the perception of your employees be that of the fucking Harlem Globetrotters, then you can't be shocked when outsiders treat you like a joke. R-Truth.
Well, he wasn't there.
Right, but somebody turns on the TV, they see R-Truth being all, "Oh, I'm in the Judgment Day. Oh, Judgment Day is all about love, forgiveness, and prosperity." That's all they fucking see. So then
And he's the number one merch
naturally,
seller. They can see that too.
what's that?
I said they can see he's the number one merch seller too.
That's true. That's not my point. Or if they happen to see Grayson Waller, he's just a fucking joke. He's a comedy bit. So naturally, somebody who doesn't understand what wrestling is, they're just going to think he's a joke because that's how he's presented. So if you're going to be presented as a joke, or if you allow yourself to be a joke, I don't know if it's fair to be angry when somebody treats you like one. But the hook arms, that kind of negates everything. They're wrong by default for that shit.
And yeah, I don't know.
That
They
guy.
just overstepped, and
Yeah, and the music, they were very obnoxious.
I thought it was only right that he tried to, or he threatened to check him
Yeah. Oh
because
yeah.
they're being stupid.
I absolutely. With the guy comes out with the stupid fucking whatever he was doing with the stupid grin. He's grinning while Waller's like, dude, you'll go to the hospital.
Yeah, if I get up, it's not going to be good for you. But yeah, now I don't know. But it was an entertaining clip.
Yeah, I had a little bit
That's
more
for
respect
sure.
for Waller. It didn't stop me from skipping his segment, but you know.
Well, to tie it back in, yeah, that's what I was talking about. So I don't know. Maybe for Elimination Chamber, they're gonna give him a marquee match, and they're turning him like face temporarily. Like, are they? I don't know. Are you gonna run Austin Theory versus Grayson Waller at Elimination Chamber? I don't think they should split up right now, but that could be the only thing we take away from him, accepting the match on Theory's behalf. Or maybe we go Carmelo Hayes versus Grayson Waller.
I don't know. I think the better match is Theory and Hayes. Oh, but yeah, it is elimination. So yeah, it'd be Waller and Hayes.
Yeah.
Just because I mean, it makes no sense to just have Waller just out on the floor at ringside.
Especially, yeah, him being home.
Right.
Got to get him on the card. I mean, the way it's building up, you can't have everybody on the card that's from Australia. Like, you can't just make it an Australia show. But
Do they have enough people from Australia for that?
if you do like, yes, I don't know, not Australia specifically, but like international talent. Because I would assume if you're not in America, then wherever we are, people should cheer you. So like Zelina Vega, Rhea Ripley, Becky Lynch, Gunther, they're all not America. So if you're overseas and you just get cheered as a hometown favorite,
Oh, okay. So no matter where
yeah.
we're in, Gunther's in Japan. He's the hometown hero.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
But if Ric Flair's in Japan, he's the villain.
of course.
Okay. But if Gunther's in America, he's the villain.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Knight and Styles is next. At some point, Jimmy comes out to create a diversion at the entrance ramp. Solo attacks Styles and Knight from the crowd. Knight and Styles both get Samoan spiked. Solo grabs the microphone. He says, 2 down, 1 to go. Randy Orton, get your ass out here. Which I thought that was great. Normally, I don't like Solo talking because he does that little I'm quiet, badass thing. But that was awesome. And then we have Solo versus Orton. Orton has Solo on the ropes for an RKO. Jimmy comes out because I guess he went back to the back at some point. I don't remember seeing when. But he comes back out to come out for the save. But then Knight and Styles, they come out to whoop Jimmy's ass. So I have a question. Is the Samoan Spike a deadly finisher or not?
It is.
Okay, because this is the second week in a row that someone has come back just minutes after receiving it.
That's not even the worst of it.
Okay.
The worst of it is the fact that John Cena's body's still probably sitting there in the
That was
desert.
another. If you were going to argue with me, that was what I was going to go to.
Yeah, we did all that with John Cena and Solo for him to just come and pretty much be just a lackey again.
Well, it's just so inconsistent. Like one second, it's the most devastating finisher in all of wrestling, and another second, like it's a painful finisher, but you can come back with gutsy grit. So which is it?
Yes, but you're supposed to be done for weeks,
Right. You're not supposed to
as
come
John
back
Cena
from
told us.
it's certainly not the same night.
Yeah, as John Cena told us.
And maybe okay, you didn't hit him hard enough for the first week. Certainly you're going to correct that the second week. I underestimated the thickness of Randy's neck. That won't happen again. That was on me.
Well, what about when he spiked LA Knight the same night, and he didn't even go. No, he did go to the back, but then he came back out. And he wasn't even. You wouldn't
They
even
all
have thought
came
he
back
got hit
out.
by
Yeah.
one.
Jesus. It just doesn't.
Like,
It don't make any sense.
yeah, they overlooked that. But more importantly, the fact that he lost to Randy Orton after what he did to John Cena doesn't make sense. Now I know it's Randy Orton and he's getting ready for the Rumble, so you got to do that. But
You know?
don't put Solo in the match then. Jimmy's there. We all know Jimmy's a loser. Put him in the match.
Well, he's gonna lose to. Isn't he gonna lose to somebody next week, or have they not?
I don't think they've booked anything.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just don't get the Samoan spike. But yeah, so
They undersell it. That's what it is.
yeah, so Randy, he's distracted by Jimmy and Styles and Knight fighting. Solo, he coils up to hit a Samoan spike on Orton that he'll just get up, probably kick out after one. But then Randy just literally hits an RKO out of nowhere for the win. I thought that was the weakest RKO out of nowhere too. That was a Hogan. That was a Hogan finish. So then, Orton wins. Orton Styles Knight, they have like a little face off, and then Knight decks Styles. Orton hits an RKO on Styles and Knight, and then Reigns, he hits a Superman punch on Orton, and then he grins his ass off. And then we see all this. He's just standing there, just watching, letting the whole thing happen.
Okay. I thought that was just me. I was like, wait, when did he get out there? Did he come to the...
He came out, I think he came out after Solo took out Styles and Knight. He came out to observe. But he let everything happen. Remember when he said,
did.
you fucked up my main event 2 weeks in a row. It's not going to happen a third time.
Yeah.
They've been fucking up this whole night.
Well, to their credit, the match was over at that point.
I guess. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. It's just all this was all big dick energy last week, and then he's just standing like a cuck. So then he hands Roman the contract, which Roman takes and signs, which I don't understand now. Why was it an issue at the beginning of the show, but not an issue now? What changed? You're still fighting 4 dudes. So what did Roman fix? Roman's all happy that he fixed something. What did he fix?
Don't you get it? That's the thing.
No, that's why I'm asking.
So you remember earlier he said, fine, if he doesn't sign it, we're going to have a triple threat match.
Right.
So Roman, he he can't concede that he's he's being overpowered here. So he speared Orton and is
Okay.
like, all right, now I got the one up. Now I'm going to sign the contract. Because in his mind, he's won or
Okay.
he's in control.
So he's signing it on his terms.
Yes.
Okay.
And now Aldis gets his signature. But, if he didn't sign it, then yeah, we were going to have a triple threat match.
I just don't I don't know. We could have came to this conclusion. He could have signed the contract, and we still could have got to this point.
Well, I said it last week, and I was kind of wishing they did it again or did it this week. That's fine. If he doesn't sign this contract by the end of the night, then it's going to be a triple threat match. And the title will be on the line. Like, do something that give us a sense of urgency. Oh, this got to be done by the end of the night, or Roman's out. Make us believe that this can possibly happen. I wish they would have done that.
Right. I wish they would have done a lot of things differently. So then Roman, he goes to hand Aldis the contract, but then he just lets it fall on the ground, disrespecting Aldis.
And you see that little smirk he gave?
He just laughed and then just dismissed him, and Aldis just stood there again like a cuck. And then Aldis let Randy get speared, which thankfully for Randy, he reversed it into an RKO. So there's the inconsistency. Like I thought Aldis was at least going to grab Roman's ankle or something. But no, he's just watching the whole thing.
He was letting it go. He got what he wanted.
I guess, but he said that it will not happen again.
Well, again, the match, it was over.
It happened again, but still. Come on now.
No, they do that all the time. If you interfere in this match,
Not in Aldis' SmackDown. Aldis runs a tight ship. He finds people and shit. He finds people for being in the wrong show.
But I remember all the time they used to do, oh, if you interfere in this match, you're fired.
They used to. This is Aldis' show now.
He can't take any shit.
No. He hasn't taken any shit up to this point. And now it's like put up or shut up, and he just stands there like a fucking eunuch.
I don't know. I saw that he was just like
impotent.
It's kind of like a parent thing. Like,
no, well, you do your analogy, I'll do mine.
It's kind of like my analogy is he's Debo, Roman Reigns is Smokey, and then it's that scene where he's like, "See, I got mind control over Debo. When he here, I'll be quiet, but when he leave, I'll be talking again."
Okay,
that would be what I'm saying he's doing. Like I know him, or we both know I'm in charge. So if you want to throw your little hissy fit, I'm still getting what I want.
Well, my analogy is Roman Reigns is Pete Davidson and Nick Aldis is Kanye West, and Roman is in the ring with fucking Kim Kardashian in bed going, Kanye, what's up, motherfucker?
And then he needs to get his ass slapped. Not even punched. He needs to get slapped.
He needs to get slapped, but nothing happens.
Like, I don't respect you enough to punch you. I'm going to slap you. I'm Team Kanye on that, by the way.
I am too, but
like, what is this stupid dick doing with this man's. This is the mother of his kids right here. You got this little limp dick, big
Just,
lip,
just look at him.
breathing all the white
Look at him
man's
and look
hair.
at Kanye.
I don't know what race.
Kanye is a handsome man. Pete Davidson is a drug addict, allegedly.
I don't know. I think apparently he has like a track record of dating up. And I'm like, what is it with this guy?
He has a
Now,
big
my
dick.
roommate, yes, my roommate informed me that he's probably hung like an elephant.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I did not need to know that.
All right. That was SmackDown. And all this, whatever they're doing with him, I think they took like 5 steps back. I think they killed the Samoan Spike.
Did a lot of harm this SmackDown.
I think they killed women's wrestling. I miss the unholy union. But yeah, that was SmackDown, and we have Royal Rumble next week.
We have the Royal Rumble, and it's a good time to get into our predictions.
We do have predictions, and I think there's 4 matches so far.
I guess so.
Do you think they'll do Rhea Ripley at all?
No, I think she'd be off the card.
Okay. Well,
I mean, really, this is probably looking at the card. This is probably it.
yeah,
Because you got your man and your women's Royal Rumble. That's going to take an hour each.
right.
So that's 2 hours, and then you got the other 2 matches. So that's a 2.5 hour show. It's usually around what they do, 2.5 to 3 hours. So
It's gonna be a night of restroom breaks. I'll tell you that.
Oh no, I'm gonna be dialed in.
Yeah.
I'm dialed in. You know, I like the Royal Rumble.
Yeah. True. Well, the I don't know about the women's. Well, okay. Let's go by order of importance. I'll let you do it this time. I always do it.
Okay. So we start off with the United States Championship match. Logan Paul versus the challenger, Kevin Owens. And obviously, I'm going to go with Logan Paul.
Yeah, I think he has the out with the cast and the broken hand, and I don't think he's going to lose it this soon.
Yeah, he just won it. I think it's either going to be the broken hand thing that gets him out, or he's going to use brass knuckles to knock out Owens, and then
Or
that's
both.
going to be your finish. Yeah, or both, or all of the above. Now, the next match. Let's do the Women's Royal Rumble. So I see you have here the announced participants: Becky Lynch, Bayley, Bianca Belair, and Nia Jax. That's not a lot of announced women.
Oh, excuse me.
So-
No. But I'm sure all of them are. I don't know how they have 30 women. That's crazy to me.
That's why, at least for the last few years, that's why the women's Royal Rumble has been a little bit better than the men's, because they don't have enough to fill the Royal Rumble, so they have to go get like surprises. So that's why you have like Melina. That year she came back and did her splits.
Okay.
And then Michelle McCool. Sorry, I was thinking about the splits again. Michelle McCool, she came back that year. So all that to say, that's why there's more surprises on the women's side. So we have the Royal Rumble. Do you have any You probably don't. You probably ain't even gonna watch it. So allow me, if you will.
Well, if you're gonna ask me, I'd say Becky Lynch. Oh, we did say Bailey though, didn't we? Yeah, we did say she's the dark horse. Shit. Because I think it's going to be Becky Lynch and Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania. It doesn't necessarily. She doesn't necessarily have to win the Royal, because I'm sure the chicks are going to do the elimination shit too. Because why? Why not?
Yep.
Oh man, I wish the Kabuki Warriors wrestled the sparkly bitches.
For the Women's Royal Rumble?
No, for the because that would kind of let you know where they're leaning with Damage Control.
Oh.
Like
well, we will know before the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, but not before my prediction. All right, fuck it. I think Bailey is going to win the Royal Rumble. I think the expectation is her challenging Ripley. And I think she's going to challenge Io instead.
Yeah, we kind of laid that out last week. I also say Bailey is going to win the Royal Rumble, and she's going to challenge Io when everybody thinks she's going to challenge Rhea Ripley. There's going to be a whole Batista turning on the Evolution. And then, if I can give you some quick, I'm going to give you some quick surprise entrance that I think is going to happen here. I think Jade Cargill, she is going to debut at the Royal Rumble. She's going to have a good showing, but she's not going to win.
Of course not.
Excuse me. And then we may see AJ Lee, and we may see Sasha Banks, and we definitely will see Naomi.
Okay.
And I know I'm putting you on the spot here. Do you have a Final Four prediction? Because
fuck no,
people like to hear
I don't
that.
give a shit.
People like to hear the Final Four predictions as well.
I couldn't even tell you. I guess there are 4 women listed. No. Okay, Nia Jax, Bianca Belair, Bailey, and Becky Lynch.
All right.
That's the only 4 that they fucking have.
Easy enough.
Charlotte's not going to be in the match.
I mean, that's
exactly.
yeah, that's pretty much the Final Four right there.
It's like the movies that show the end of the movie in the previews.
Oh yeah, and then you don't know about it until you watch the movie. And it's like, what about the movies that show you like all the highlights in the preview? Right. And then like you watch the movie and it's like, all the good stuff was in the preview.
Why I spent $11 for this shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think those are the ones that are announced, and I think that's your Final Four as well.
Unless they really want to push Jade Cargill. She could be in the Final Four.
She could. I think she has a good showing. She may have like
a good showing would be the Final Four.
Well, I'm saying like she's probably gonna eliminate a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna replace Nia Jax with Liv Morgan. I think Liv Morgan makes it to the Final Four. That's just my Final Four.
Yeah, I know. I know it's yours, but it's wrong. Your opinion is wrong.
We shall see.
Yeah,
Next up, we have. What did we do?
we did
Oh,
that.
let's do the championship match. Even though I think it's going on last,
Okay.
but I think it's be the quickest to get through
Yeah.
because there's no
Yeah.
way Roman Reigns is losing.
No, of course not. The only question is, what kind of shenanigans is going to happen?
That's
Uh,
true.
And I guess this is his first fatal 4-way match as champion.
It is,
Okay.
but that's just more people to stack up.
Okay.
But I said it earlier, or I said it before. AJ Styles is probably there to take the pin, so
Right.
that's what will happen. And now, the main event of the evening, as far as for the Royal Rumble, the men's Royal Rumble match, where your winner goes on to main event WrestleMania against the champion of their choosing. We're gonna do again Final Four, and the winners. We'll do the Final Four first, and the winners. The announced participants: CM Punk, Cody Rhodes, Drew McIntyre, Shinsuke Nakamura, Gunther, and Bobby Lashley. And I'll let you go ahead.
Punk, Rhodes, McIntyre, Gunther.
I'm still thinking.
That's cool.
I think so. I think uh, Punk and Rhodes definitely in the Final Four.
Yeah, that's a given.
Gunther, he'll be there in the Final Four.
I think it
Anything
has
else?
to be
Just 'cause-
McIntyre. To
I'm gonna
me,
go.
Gunther's the only question mark.
I'm gonna go Bobby Lashley.
Okay.
I'll go Bobby Lashley. I think. No, I'm going Sami Zayn
Okay.
because I think he's going to. That doesn't sound right. Well, I think he's coming back. I think he's going to eliminate Drew McIntyre.
Okay.
But then does he make it to the Final Four? Or does McIntyre immediately go ape shit on him?
Then maybe it's Jey Uso instead of McIntyre.
It could be Jey Uso. But I think Jimmy Uso is going to. One of them are getting eliminated by the other.
Right. And so Jey Uso eliminates Jimmy Uso. He makes it to the Final Four. Jimmy Uso eliminates Jey.
Yeah, I'm locking in. I'm going to put Bobby Lashley in the Final Four.
Okay.
I can't have it be all Raw members.
Is that what I have?
Yes.
Oh shit. Yeah. Well, yeah, can't change
But
it now.
I mean it doesn't mean it's wrong. I'm just saying
It's already typed out and everything. I can't do it. Can't change that.
I forgot who I said. I said Punk, Rhodes, Lashley.
Gunther and Lashley.
Oh, Gunther. That's the other one.
How do you forget Gunther?
Well, I was stuck on Drew McIntyre and Sami Zayn.
It's lesser talents.
Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. The winner of the men's Royal Rumble, pointing at the sign, pyro going off, going to WrestleMania for the champion of his choosing, will be. Who do you say?
I think it's Punk.
We're both on the Punk wagon. I also think CM Punk.
I think they're gonna tickle our balls a little bit longer with the Cody thing, because I think that they're gonna do Cody and Roman at WrestleMania.
We'll see about that.
We'll see. So, based on that assumption, I think that they are going to tease us with the story longer. So I think Cody loses. Maybe he gets dumped out by Punk somehow, and Cody either gets it via Elimination Chamber or he gets Drew or Priest's briefcase. I like the Elimination Chamber better.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. Cody, he's going to get eliminated. He's going to have to go through the chamber to get to Roman Reigns.
Now, it would be funny if The Rock is at the Elimination Chamber.
And he just shows up and wins.
But I don't know.
Oh, wait. Oh, man. There's so many variables. Because, that Elimination Chamber could very well be for the vacant heavyweight championship.
Why would it be vacant?
Because Seth Rollins is hurt and he's going to miss WrestleMania.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then, and then at that point now, Cody,
no, I see them doing like a tournament or something, or just they just do like a quick tournament throughout the show, or maybe through 2 weeks. I don't see them doing a whole pay-per-view. For if the original plan is to have Cody win so he can get to Roman, they're not going to switch all that around for a lesser title. Or I wouldn't.
Well, you could switch it and have him win the Rumble.
But then,
as opposed to Elimination Chamber.
Well,
like they both get you to WrestleMania, so you can interchange that.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I like the way I said it better though. Sounds better.
And also on the line here, Cody Rhodes is trying to be a back-to-back Royal Rumble winner, which makes him 1 of 4. So there's also that. Do they do that? Because they have said that each week.
They have, which makes me think he's not going to win. But we'll see.
Yeah. But we both locked in. And by the way, we usually predict these things very close. So like 80, 90%. So take all that to the bank. Remember, I used to say this is for entertainment purposes only. If you want to bet, don't take our. Now I'm telling you, run to the bank and take it there. Put your whole mortgage down on it.
All right,
that's what is about to happen. The confidence has grown now. Put your firstborn child, all of it.
Well, I'm glad you're confident. I think the Royal Rumble is obviously the biggest question mark.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't looked forward to a Royal Rumble ever, and I am at least looking forward to the Final Four.
I'm saying even taking the match, even taking the Royal Rumble match out of the equation, just to see like what direction they're actually going towards for WrestleMania. That's this week is going to tell us a lot.
Yeah.
So that's what's exciting.
It'll be interesting. I think Brock Lesnar is going to come back.
Oh yeah, Brock Lesnar return. I didn't do any surprises for the men.
That's
honestly,
harder
I don't
to
have
do.
any. Yeah, I don't have any names. I know it ain't going to be. So I alluded to Sami Zayn. being one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, probably gonna have like I'm trying to think like who's
Idilio
out there.
Adolo.
What?
Idilio Adolo, Charlotte's husband.
Oh, okay. I don't think that was even anywhere close.
What's his name?
um, Andre El Idolo, which is what
Yeah,
he's in
that was close.
AEW. Andrade, sorry, Andrade El Idolo,
Yeah, that was close.
and then in WWE he was just Andrade. But yeah, that would be a good surprise.
After that, I got nothing.
Um,
Andre the Giant.
I think we're gonna see one of the DX members, so either X Pac or Road Dogg, if he can do anything. I think one of them makes an appearance.
Oh, he's
They
a
don't need
better
to last
wrestler
long.
than anybody today.
Road Dogg?
Yeah, that's what
Oh,
he said.
he did not say that. He didn't say that at all. He said that he draws more than them. He makes more money than them.
Now you say he's the best wrestler in the world.
No. He said, I make more money. You may be a better wrestler, but I make more money. I'm a
No,
better draw.
he said
That's what
he
he
is
said.
better than Luthez. He's better than
Okay,
Bruno Sammartino.
go ahead.
He's better than Hulk Hogan. He did say that he was a better sports entertainer than MJF.
Yeah, he did.
So he says a lot of things.
Well, I don't think he stays long, but I think maybe he makes a little cameo. Yeah, I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's our predictions for the Royal Rumble. Let us know in the comments what you. God, I messed it up. Let me run that back. That's what our predictions are for the Royal Rumble. Let us know what you think in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one. There you go. Make it in the clip.
All right. And finally, we get to our wrestling rewind. And this week is WrestleMania 9. And
WrestleMania 9.
We're at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas, Nevada. And Gorilla Monsoon is introduced as our host. Monsoon says it's the world's largest toga party, and he can get used to wearing one. And then he introduces us to a bright young addition to the WWF announce team, Mr. Jim Ross.
Good old JR.
And then Jim Ross, he says that it is indeed his first WrestleMania. And that he's from Oklahoma, and he loves wearing togas too, especially the gold shoes. And then Ross points to a centurion and boasts about how good a shape the dude's in, even though he's wearing bronze abs. And then Ross says, we have two main events of the evening. It's Bret Hart versus the 500-pound Yokozuna for the WWF title, and the Mega Maniacs versus Money Inc. for the tag team titles. And then Ross kicks it to Finkel, who is now known today as Finkus Maximus. And then Finkel introduces Caesar and Cleopatra. Caesar and Cleo come out riding an elephant. The elephant does a trick while Caesar and Cleo parade around the ring, and you never see them again.
Nor should you. But,
True.
But Cleopatra had them things on her, though.
And she sure did.
I was like, who is this? I didn't Google it, but I was thinking about it.
Right. So then Macho Man's introduced, and then some guy drags out a llama first. I must have been smitten by the llama. I don't know where I wrote that down. Savage is carried out by in a sedan, and then Ross he talks to Savage, who says that it's a lock and load type situation. He wants everyone to have a good time. Also, that the grapes were great and the chicks were cool. I don't even know what that means. And then we learned that Bobby Heenan was supposed to be carried on a sedan that Macho Man was riding, but Savage stole it. And Heenan, he's later coming out with on a camel. He's riding it backwards. Ross says Heenan looks terrified. Savage says he's riding it the wrong way. And this day is not going to be good for Bobby the Brain. And Savage calls Heenan a loser. It's WrestleMania 9, and it doesn't get any bigger. Then Heenan flops off the camel, and then Savage takes the opportunity to lift Heenan's toga to reveal blue panties. And Ross and Savage proceed to tell Heenan that he smells like a camel. And then Savage says, it's WrestleMania 9. Do your thing if you got the guts. And then we get to Shawn Michaels versus Tatanka, which is really interesting. They didn't do the anthem or America the Beautiful.
They didn't, because they were doing this toga thing, the opening ceremonies, which I wrote down took 8 minutes.
Okay.
That went on 8 minutes.
So it was like, screw the country. We had the people parading around. Okay. So it's Tatanka and Shawn Michaels is for the Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship. And this is when Jim Ross is on commentary for the first time at WrestleMania. I don't know if he was with the WWF before. I don't know if he was at a WrestleMania. Well, we would have seen it. So,
well, he said himself it was his WrestleMania debut.
He did say that, and I did say that. So I will cut this out. So Michaels, he's singing his music now. So we only get one WrestleMania where Sherry was doing it. And Luna Vachon is with Michaels, which is fucking awesome. And I wondered what happened to Sherry. But there she is. After Tatanka makes his entrance, they say she has no allegiance to him, but she stands right in his corner and proceeds to cheer him on. So I don't know what they mean by no allegiance.
And they did, and there's like a nod or something he did with her.
Yeah, they were totally in cahoots.
Yeah.
And Tatanka is still undefeated at this point, and he already has 2 non-title victories over Michaels. At least that's what they said on commentary. And this was just a classic speed versus strength match. Michaels' interactions with Sherry were hilarious. There's a part where Michaels seems to have Tatanka beat. Then he goes for a double axe handle from the top rope. And then that's when Tatanka starts doing his little Indian Hulk up thing. And there's lots of near falls in this match. It's kind of reminded me of Macho Man and Steamboat.
With the near falls? I kind of got that too, yeah.
I thought the crossbody into the power slam was it. But it wasn't, clearly. So both guys, they end up fighting into the outside. And Michaels, he tries to hit a crossbody from the ring apron, but he misses and he goes face first into the steel steps. And then he proceeds to drag the referee out of the ring before he can count to 10. Michaels tries to get the advantage on Tatanka, but he gets caught with a Samoan drop. Then the ref, he was all into it up to this point, decides now's the time to ring the bell. Just like as Tatanka makes the cover. Tatanka is announced as the winner as a result of a countout, but the belt does not change hands. And then Tatanka celebrates like an idiot. And then Luna beats the shit out of Sherry, which I think was the best part of the match, to be honest with you. And then Heenan said it should have happened to Sherry 6 months ago. And then we learned that Luna later attacked Sherry at the first aid station.
I will say, first of all, what a downgrade. Luna Vachon, Sherry from Luna to Luna Vachon, just in the looks department only. Downgrade there, but I guess she just needed more muscle. If you're Shawn Michaels,
She's more
um,
sadistic.
yeah. Now she's great. I'm just saying, looks wise, it's a
No, I know
downgrade.
what you're saying.
Um, and then there was a moment where, Shawn Michaels, I'm sorry, Tatanka, he goes for this double axe handle, gets caught in a super kick, and I think they called it a martial arts kick on commentary, but it wasn't Shawn's move yet, so it wasn't the end of the match.
No.
But now that would have been the end of the match, but it wasn't.
Well, no, it would have been a 2 count. It would have been a near fall, and Shawn Michaels would have looked surprised.
No, not off of that.
Yeah.
And yeah, Tatanka, I don't know if he's in the Hall of Fame, but he definitely could be a Hall of Famer.
Really?
Tatanka?
From 2
Yeah.
matches?
I was thinking he didn't last long, but he made an impact. And that's what you want in your Hall of Fame.
What kind of impact?
I don't know. I remember him. Hey, 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 hey. And then and then he's doing the thing around the ring. He's chopping his hands and
I am impressed that he does that little dance.
yeah, he was getting it going. Now his Hulk up wasn't as good as Hulk's,
Oh, of
obviously.
course not.
Reason is because he did his Hulk up, but then Shawn Michaels got like advantage again. But
Right.
when he hulks up, that's pretty much
Oh, yeah.
you might as well head to the back because it's over.
Just lay down on the mat.
Yeah,
Make it easy on yourself. I don't according to Wikipedia, Tatanka is not in any Hall of Fame.
yeah. So he should definitely be. I would say he's a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, good match. Those are just my little things.
Yeah. It was decent. I like seeing Luna. I enjoyed her. I remember she in the video game she did the moonsault. So yeah.
Yeah, I remember her from the Raw NES game.
Yeah.
Boy, that was a good game.
It
Need
was.
to play that again.
It's
Part of
one of
our
my
retro
favorite games.
division, we play retro games. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite games of all time.
I liked it, but like just thinking about it right now, I remember like when you had to do your finishers and stuff, and you had to like tap the R button. I wasn't no pussy. I didn't use a turbo controller. Like I was really tapping.
Yeah.
So my forearms just like are tired thinking about that.
Yeah. Fair
Like
enough.
these kids don't know what it is like. What it was like back in the day, where you actually had to tap the buttons to go move faster. It wasn't any like one button turbo touch.
Or the
Like when I
fact that
got
you
Mhm.
don't have save states.
Oh yeah, that too. You had to leave the game on all day if you wanted to
You're right.
leave it on so when you get home from school you can continue.
Yeah. And hope to God that your parents don't shut your shit off.
Yeah. Or it doesn't freeze.
Yeah. But anything else to add with Sean and Tatanka?
Nope. Good
All right.
start to the match. Or
It
I'm
was,
sorry, start to the card.
yep. And Sherry seems like there's something set up with Luna and Sherry at some point. I don't know if we'll see it, but the hints are there. So Mean Gene talks to the Steiner brothers after this, and Gene also loves wearing a toga because he says so. And Scott says that they're excited for their first WrestleMania, and for the head shrinkers, it might be their first WrestleMania, but it'll be one to be remembered. And Rick says the head shrinkers are unpredictable, but the Steiners have a game plan, and they're just going to do what they do best: wrestle and make Julius Caesar proud.
Sure, buddy.
Yeah. So the Head Shrinkers versus the Steiner brothers are on deck. And Rikishi and Scott Steiner start things off, which I have to say, wow. And there wasn't a lot of flips in this one. Just a lot of thuds and smacks and hits and punches and clotheslines. At one point, it was fantastic. At one point, like all of the Samoans got outside the ring and headbutted each other really hard. So that was fun. Steiners, they hit a double clothesline from the top rope, which I thought one of them was going to fall. I don't understand how the rope withstood all that weight. That's crazy to me.
Well, that wasn't even the.
No, we'll get there. Yeah.
Okay.
Scott, he got dumped on the outside, and Alpha just nailed the shit out of him with that kendo stick thing. And it was pretty much like the end. All she wrote for Scott, because he pretty much took all the offense after that. And at one point, Rikishi rams Scott face first in the ring post, and it looks like the Steiners are in trouble, right? But then Scott, he tries to fire back up a couple times. But like each time Scott fires back up, the Samoans just cut his ass off. It's almost like Gunther.
Yeah, you can't get anything going.
Yeah, it's like they learned from him. It's weird.
Who's Gunther, by the way?
Oh, sorry. Rikishi misses a diving headbutt, giving Scott a chance to make a hot tag. And then the Head Shrinkers, they stop Rick with a double headbutt. And then a double Jeff Jarrett stroke. And then the Head Shrinkers, they go for a crossbody on the shoulders. And Rick reverses it, I think, into a pinning combination. But what I saw was Rick and Rikishi almost dying.
So yeah, basically he was in the doomsday position.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Rikishi jumps to do a crossbody while he's sitting on who is it? Alpha? Sika. He's sitting on Sika's shoulders.
No, it was Alpha. It was okay, never mind. Just go.
I'm sure the comments will tell us. And yeah, so he goes for the flying crossbody, and in midair, by the way, Steiner catches him and turns it into a power slam off of the shoulder. Like, what the hell did I just see?
Samu and Fatu. Alpha and Sika were the Wild Samoans.
There you go. Excuse me for getting that Samoan dynasties mixed up there. But
I don't know. It looked like one of them's neck just landed straight on the mat. It was crazy.
Yeah, I watched it a couple times because I couldn't believe what I just saw.
Right.
And I was like, you know, it's like one of those things you never see before, you'll never see again.
I'm sure we'll see something like that again.
But it did look pretty clean, though.
About as clean as you can get, I'd say.
Yeah. As clean as you can get from getting crossbodied and spinning on someone's shoulders to a power slam.
Right. So after that, Scott gets a blind tag, and then he gets his ass whooped for a little bit, and then he hits an awkward-looking Frankensteiner out of nowhere for the win. And then Bobby wants to see a replay. Savage and Ross, they both say, no, you don't get to see a replay. And I'm starting to understand why Scott started doing the Frankensteiner from the top rope.
And I was saying, you know, we've seen this Frankensteiner twice now. And neither one of them, you know, to be the master of the Frankensteiner, and neither one of these looks too good.
Well, to be fair, that wasn't Scott's fault. That was Rikishi's fault.
Was it? Did you see
Yeah.
how early he jumped? I mean, if we can mark up a little bit here,
Yeah.
he jumped. It looked like he was going for a drop kick. How early he jumped! Like as soon as Rikishi hit the ropes, he jumped. He was in the air. So
Okay.
I
I
think
don't
he
know.
jumped too early.
It looked like he wasn't in. It looked like Scott did the flip, and then Rikishi's like, "Oh yeah, I got a flip too."
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think he jumped too early
Fair enough.
because then he like got him with the end of his feet and then did the flip. Yeah,
I wasn't really
I don't know.
paying attention to the setup. I know you threw him into the ropes. I really didn't see anything unusual about how he jumped. Maybe you're right. I'm not going to say you're not. But what I did pay attention to was the actual Frankensteiner, and I know Scott flipped. Maybe he flipped fast. Don't know. I've never done a Frankensteiner, but I do know that Rikishi was late on his flip, so the timing was off. Either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the Steiners at WrestleMania.
Like I said, I enjoyed the match. Hard hitting.
It was awesome.
There was a lot of moments where it was like they were just killing each other in a good way.
Right.
That one spot where they did like the hot shot, and then Scott Steiner hit the ropes and fell out of the ring right before the kendo stick spot. That was great.
Yeah, it looked like he died.
Yeah, and then like you said, that moment where the head shrinkers they had to get like rededicated to the match, so they go outside and they get the meeting of the minds, which like refocuses them. And then also the whole time they were selling that you can't hurt our heads. There was a point where Rick Steiner he does and when he came in off the hot tag, he did the meeting of the minds, and they just like looked at him after. And even before Heenan was like, "That ain't gonna work." So yeah, all in all, great match.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. It's pretty interesting to see how the Samoans are portrayed these days versus how they will be. They're prettier.
I don't know. I saw a lot of Solo, which is a person who's going to be coming up in like 20 years.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of Solo in Rakishi.
Who's Solo?
I said he's a person who's
I don't
going to
know
be
who that
coming up in
is.
20
I
years.
don't know what 20 years means. What's 20 years? Yeah, see, it sucks, doesn't it?
I know, right? That's anyway. Yeah. No, I'm going to say it. So there's a commenter who said, "Best WrestleMania, LOL." That was the comment, and I replied to him and I said, "Well, there's only been 8 WrestleMania so far, so I can't be judging it off of a WrestleMania that hasn't happened yet." So yes, out of the first 8 of WrestleManias, this has been the best one.
How long have you been sitting on that, by the way?
Well, that was a last week comment.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh. I don't know. It's just I don't know why I felt that I needed to explain.
7 days.
Yeah, I don't know why I felt like I needed to explain to him why.
Well, it's not that you needed to explain, it's the timing.
Oh.
It's like, do you ever go to a video and you see a comment and you go to reply, but then you see it's 3 years old? And you're like, well, that's a waste of time.
And you reply anyway?
Well, yeah.
Like, nope, you're still getting this.
That's when you reply, you reply with something snarky.
It's always fun to me when I watch a video that's 3 years old. I'm just watching the video. It's like recommended. I'm watching it. Then I notice, wait a minute, this is an old ass video.
All right, so Mean Gene is next, and he talks to Doink. And Gene is pissed off because he personally witnessed Doink desecrating the visage of the great Julius Caesar. They were really on his nuts, weren't they?
Yeah, they had to keep pumping it.
They pumped it. They did. Gene says that he's seen a lot of sick shit from Doink. Water in kids' faces, pies in kids' faces, but the most disgusting act of them all was when he tried to apologize to Crush with an apparent arm injury and attacked him from behind. So they play a video of Doink apologizing with an obviously fake arm in a sling. And then Doink gives Crush a flower. Crush turns to walk away. And as Crush is slapping hands with the fans, Doink pulls out his fake arm and then starts beating Crush to death with it. So then they cut to looks of horror on the kids' faces. And then they cut back to Doink, who's laughing like a schoolgirl. And he claims that to be bringing a sense of humor back to the WWF. Mean Gene says Crush might be getting the last laugh since Doink thoroughly pissed him off. But then Doink says after WrestleMania, Crush will be seeing double vision. So Crush and Doink the Clown is next. And the match starts off with Crush beating the piss out of Doink. And it looked unfair. It looked like it was going to be over quickly. But then Doink pulls Crush out of the ring and tries to pummel him, but he gets no success. So Crush continues his assault. Savage at one point says Crush isn't going to go for the victory. He's going for the pain factor. He's doing it for the kids. All the kids around the world. So then Doink, he finally gets in control and proceeds to do a bunch of diving punches from the top rope. And Doink hits Crunch with... I'm going to keep saying Crunch. Doink hits Crush with a pile driver. And it looked like Crush's head was like a foot out of Doink's legs. I mean, it was really slow, so I don't see how it would hurt, but still.
You dropped on your head at any speed.
Right. Doink goes for a crossbody, but Crush catches him and turns into a power slam, which seems to be like a go-to move for everybody, especially the big guys.
Of
Then
course.
Doink, right. And then Doink gets dumped out of the ring, and he starts to crawl under it. But then Crush stops him and puts him back in the ring. He hits Doink with a military press, and he goes for his Kona Crush. And then Doink, he gets his foot on the ropes, and as they release the hold, there's a ref bump. So the ref's out. And then Doink, he tries to crawl in the ring again, and then Crush stops him again. And then Crush hits a weird spin kick, and then locks the Kona Crush again. And then another Doink just gets in the ring and nails Crush with the fake arm. And this only pisses Crush. This only pisses Crush off. And Crush backs the second Doink into the corner, and then the first Doink grabs the arm. So, hold on. Crush backs off the second Doink. Then the first Doink grabs Crush's arms, and then the Doink number 2 cracks Crush over the skull with the fake arm. Jesus Christ, that's a lot. So both Doinks, after that, they do like this little mime routine. And then Doink number 2 goes back under the ring. And then Doink number 1 gets the pin. Because Crush is knocked out from the fake arm.
Well, he got he got walloped with it the second time.
He sure did. They actually broke it. And this was actually really fun to watch. And I want to see more Doink for some reason.
Yeah, early heel doink
Yeah,
was
see, it's
great.
hard.
It was, yes. But yeah, he's great. Like his mannerisms, they act like he was like some psycho
Right.
who was hearing voices, and that's why he dressed up as the clown.
And then when he did
But
the serious it face.
yeah, so he'd come out, he'd laugh, and then he'd turn serious and just like have this dead stare.
I like the music. A little spooky clown music.
Yeah, that was great too. It started out with the dun 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 dun, 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 and then it just goes dark.
Yeah. So after the match, and after I don't know if Crush is still in it or not, but Doink certainly isn't. Second ref comes out, and he's telling the first ref about the second Doink, that's hiding under the ring. Ref number one says, "No fucking way! I got to see this for myself." So both refs, they go snooping under the ring, and they find that there's no one there. Ref number two says, "I swear there was a second Doink." And then ref number one says, "Lay off the cocaine, Ryan." I assume.
Well, there were some adult male men who were really into the trying to convince ref number two that there was a person under the ring.
Yeah.
Like that guy was. A couple of them were really into it. Oh, look under there! Throwing their hands up and pointing, like they were really into it.
They were probably really drunk.
Probably.
Then they cuts to some dumb fuck polling fans in the crowd about the matches, or no, about that match. He asks two Japanese fans, of course, if they saw one or two Doinks. Obviously, they can't speak a lick of English.
Well,
Then,
they keep running into that situation
because it's funny. Then the dumb fuck just blurts Yokozuna, and the Japanese fans laugh and say, "Yokozuna number one." And then the dumb fuck says some more dumb fuck things, and we thankfully get to the next match. For the record, I'm just going to breeze. I'm not even going to address his other segments.
Okay.
Like,
that's the last one.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
I know.
It seemed like it was just like a filler thing.
It absolutely was, but he had a nothing thing with Natalie Cole and some other dude. I think he owned the Caesar's Palace. And then he had
Who went on
another
fucking way too damn long.
Yeah. And then he had another thing where he was pulling more fans, and then they got into a fake wrestling match where they looked like idiots.
Nice save, and yes.
So there's that. So Razor Ramon and Bob Backlund is actually the match I was looking forward to the most. And Ross and Savage remind us that Vachon royally fucked up Sherry's life in the back, and we're still awaiting further details on the status of Sensational Sherry. And Backlund starts the match by going for a good old-fashioned American handshake. And Razor, he just throws his toothpick at Bob. And Bob looks all of 12 years old?
No, he looked old.
Yeah,
he was just white as hell.
I thought he looked like he was 12.
Get a little bit of tan on there.
That too.
They said he was like 45 or 47 at the time, so
no fucking way.
That's what they said.
He was about 6 or 7. God damn. And what was he doing fighting a man? Razor did child abuse. That wasn't a wrestling match. So yeah, Razor proves to be the stronger of the two. Backlund out wrestles the fuck out of Razor. Man, can Razor throw a punch? You can hear like the smack of the flesh on like every time he throws one. It's great. And at this point, Savage tells us that Bret Hart was knocked out on his ass by Luger at some WrestleMania brunch or something. Ross says he'll be fine, and then I'm like, well, why bring it up then, especially right now?
They gotta start that loop.
Right. So then Backlund hits Razor with a giant atomic drop and then dumps him back into the ring the hard way. And then Razor gets a small package out of nowhere for the win. And I was actually kind of disappointed.
Yeah, it seems like it was over before it really got started, but
yeah,
the Razor Ramon pinned the wrestler with a wrestling move, as Heenan said.
It was just very anticlimactic.
Yeah, I mean, I was disappointed I didn't get to see a Razor's Edge.
That too. I'm disappointed I didn't get to see a crossface chicken wing. And a drop toe hold.
Yeah, he didn't get to do too much wrestling.
And a Thez press.
But he was about as... Yeah, he looked like he was out of the early WrestleMania 1 days with all that trunks and no
he looked like he was
flashiness
out
at
of
all.
All-Star Wrestling.
Yeah, and they said he's been around, but this was actually his first WrestleMania. So that's what they said.
It was his first WrestleMania.
Yeah, he wasn't at 1, 2, 3, all the other ones.
Yeah, which is sad. Because Bob was at one point he was slated to be the replacement for Bruno.
Well, he does have an unnecessarily long run. So this was clearly after that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Mean Gene is talking to Money Inc. And Gene says that he has got to believe that Money Inc.'s title reign is in jeopardy. And that's for 3 reasons. 1, the return of the immortal Hulk Hogan. 2, he's teaming up with Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Oh, and they're also backed by their former manager, Jimmy Hart, the mouth from the South. And Gene says, you guys asked for all this after all. And then they cut to a Monday Night Raw. IRS is about to take Beefcake out with his Halliburton attaché case, while DiBiase holds Beefcake's arms back. And then Jimmy Hart is pleading with IRS to stop it, and then IRS tosses him out of the ring like an old whore. And IRS shatters Beefcake's face, and then Jimmy Hart crawls to Beefcake. And then Gene says he was shocked. And there's somebody else Gene says he was shocked. And Hogan, he was sitting at home, couldn't believe it either. And then DiBiase says that they've been crying for weeks. Time to put up or shut up. This is Caesar's Palace where the stakes are always high. And that's how Money Inc. likes it. Because the bigger the stakes, the bigger the bankroll you win. You win, and we don't make any... Hold on. Because the bigger the stakes, the bigger the bankroll win. And we don't make bets we can't win. This is our backyard. What's the odds of beating a dog in his backyard? Then the mega morons, or IRS says the mega morons have all the answers because Beefcake has a protective mask. Because remember that Beefcake had that parasailing incident and he was retired. Yeah. So I guess that's what this is all about. So I guess he's coming out of retirement.
Okay.
And he's bringing back. I'm just speculating. I don't know what. So he's coming out of retirement and
he still has to wear the mask to protect his face.
Yeah, he's got to wear the mask, but he's bringing Hulk Hogan back out of retirement too. So it's 2 retirees versus the tag champions.
Yep.
One has a broken face.
And one has whatever the hell happened to Hogan's eye.
Yeah. So IRS says that we don't give a shit about any of that. We don't give a shit about his mask or his face. We're going to take it off and we're going to beat his face into oblivion. And by the time we're through, you're going to look like a jigsaw puzzle without missing pieces. And oh, we heard Hogan got into an accident coming out of the gym last night as well. That's what money can do. If you think Beefcake's face looks bad, wait till you see Hogan's. Then DiBiase laughs maniacally. The Mean Gene, he doesn't quite follow, but kicks it back to Fincus Maximus. Okay, so that brings us to Money Inc. versus the Mega Maniacs. Ross doesn't know what the fuck IRS was talking about with either the issues with Hogan. And he says he talked to DiBiase, and DiBiase got stuck in an accident or something. So he doesn't know, or he vouched for his whereabouts. Then Beefcake comes out, and he's wearing the stupid mask, and he has his shears. And Hogan comes out with a black eye, literally, and a couple stitches. And it looked like a little demon eye.
Yeah, it did not look good.
I think this was the debut of Hogan with the pants.
I think so, yeah.
So,
and the cowboy boots.
Yeah, and the cowboy boots. So the kayfabe story is that Money Inc. attacked Hogan while he was coming out of the gym. So that's why his eye is all fucked up. The company line was that he was in a jet ski accident and his eye got fucked up. Legend is that Hogan fucked Miss Elizabeth. So Savage fucked Hogan's face up.
Oh my.
Now, if that's true, Savage didn't sell it at all on commentary.
I know, what a professional.
So the match starts off just like last year with Hogan fighting his opponent while his music plays. And again, stopping only when Hogan rips off his shirt and poses.
I was ready for it this time. I was expecting it. I was needing it.
You were needing it?
Yeah. I was like, oh, they can't get the upper hand. And then they started fighting back. Oh, here we go. Here comes the shirt.
Well, Beefcake starts off the match, and it's established early on that he can't feel pain on the very small area of his face where the mask is covering it. So naturally, DiBiase and IRS only try to attack that small area of his face. Hogan gets tagged in and then just beats the fuck out of DiBiase. Then Hogan and Beefcake, they give DiBiase a couple double team moves, a big boot and something else. I can't remember what the other one was. Babyface Hogan threatens to assault Hebner and then pokes IRS blatantly in the eyes. Classic Hogan. Vintage Hogan. Then Money Inc., they get dumped in the outside of the ring, and then they just say, fuck this, and they start to leave. After some confusion, it's announced that if Money Inc. doesn't get back to the ring by the 10 count, they lose the match, and they forfeit their titles. Heenan, rightfully pissed off because they just made up the rules as they went along, is like, what the fuck? So Money Inc., after brief deliberation, they beat the 10 count, and DiBiase gets the advantage on Hogan. DiBiase and IRS, they start taking turns just choking Hogan with a cord. Just in front of the ref. The ref's just like, 1, 2. Dumbass. DiBiase locks Hogan in the $1 Million Dream, and it looks like Hogan's out. But then Hogan briefly fights out of it, but fails. Then Beefcake saves Hogan by locking in a sleeper hold on DiBiase. So now DiBiase and Hogan, they're both out. Hebner, after he tumbles over DiBiase and then starts counting both men, making the 10 count. And Hogan sits up like the Undertaker. Savage even said so.
He sure did.
to beat the 10 count. He tried to do it slick too. Come on, Hogan. Tried to play it off like, oh, I'm shaking my head. I'm
Yeah, I did think it
dazed.
was out of place that he sat up like the Undertaker.
Right. I know what you're trying to do. He tried to get the Undertaker pop.
I like that. I like that move, brother. I'm gonna use.
I'm going to use it in my match.
Yeah,
Well, I'd prefer it if you didn't. No, we're going to use it.
it's kind of my thing. It's okay, brother. The Hulkamaniacs are gonna love it.
I missed my spot.
So we're after the Hogan sitting up like the
Yeah,
Undertaker.
Hogan sits up like the Undertaker. So then Beefcake, he fucks up Money Inc. by himself until DiBiase hits Beefcake with the Halliburton attaché case. And then DiBiase ends up ripping Beefcake's mask off, and the face is revealed. And then their face-related offense actually works because they didn't stop doing that at all. Beefcake manages to hit a double clothesline, then gets IRS in a sleeper hold. Of course, DiBiase breaks it up, but Hebner is bumped in the process. Is that 2 rough bumps in this match? No.
No.
For some reason, both teams did the crawling tag spot while Hebner was unconscious. That made no sense to me. Like, why didn't you just get out of the fucking... just assume you tagged. That's like the... You know, you get in the... those lines that have the rope things, and there's nobody there, so you could, like, walk around it.
Like, you don't have to go down this.
Yeah. At some point, like, you don't have to follow the rules precisely.
Yeah.
So Hogan beats the shit out of IRS. DiBiase nails both of them with Beefcake's mask. Oh, wait, no. He beats the shit out of IRS and DiBiase. Then he nails both of them with Beefcake's mask. Titanium mask, by the way. And then both Hogan and Beefcake, they cover... they both cover a man like idiots while the referee's out. Then Jimmy Hart, he says, that doesn't matter. He turns his jacket inside out and reveals that it's zebra striped. And then he counts the pin himself. And Heenan's like, that doesn't count. Well, maybe it does. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing tonight. Then Hart gives Hogan and Beefcake the title belts, and the good guys, they celebrate. Then another referee comes out to award Money Inc. the win. And Hogan and Beefcake go to kick the new referee's ass, but Money Inc. saved the innocent guy. And then Beefcake goes to assault the referee, but Hart stops him so he can dump him out himself. So after assaulting 2 men with titanium mask and assaulting an innocent referee, Hogan and Beefcake, they do what they do best. Pose, pose, pose. Then they give Money Inc.'s money away.
Yep. That segment lasted 5 minutes. The pose downs, by the way. The pose down went on. Yes. Because I just felt, I was like, this is really going on. And then I just looked at the time. And then I was like, let me see how long this actually went on.
According to Wikipedia,
I mean, I was into it.
You were?
I was. They were doing the strut. Like, I don't know, Brutus, he kept wanting Hogan to do a strut for some reason. Then he did it. And then, yeah, they were just doing the posing. And it's like, you didn't even win the titles.
Right.
What a bunch of idiots. And, yeah, then they go through the briefcase. They find a brick. They find some papers. And then they find money. And they start giving out the money. All the while, the music is still playing.
Yes.
And then they get back in the ring and post some more.
Yes. because that's the most
What
important
was
part.
yeah? What was funny though is they Hogan finds the money. The crowd really starts going crazy at this point because they're like, "Oh, you're gonna give us money!" And what does he do? He throws it on the ground so he can pose some more.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't going to give it out.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, he's teasing him so he can pose some more." Like, yeah, you don't need this, brothers.
But yeah, that Money Inc. are still the champions. I thought I don't know, the whole Jimmy Hart thing was very convoluted. I don't know why Hogan shit always has to be convoluted.
My one thing I didn't like about the match was the fact that Brutus was the hot tag.
Yeah.
Like, why
Yeah.
was he the hot tag?
Why is he hot anything?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was my one little nitpick. But aside from that, yeah, it's just a typical Hogan match. Get his ass beat until he hulks up, but he didn't
Yep.
hulk up.
And then there's a ref bump
Yeah.
and shenanigans happen. Well, after that, Mean Gene talks to Mr. Perfect. Gene says that we're talking about a man that does everything, well, perfectly. But what about your opponent who calls himself the narcissist and has been knocking people out left and right with his controversial forearm? He even knocked WWF champion Bret Hart clean out with it. So is it a big deal or not a big deal? Is it going to affect the match that we're going to see later?
I guess they were setting up like a future match or something. I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know why they kept mentioning it, but then yeah, Bret Hart, you couldn't even tell that it happened.
Right. All right. So Mr. Perfect says Luger calls himself a knockout artist, the narcissist. You call yourself above perfection. You hit Bret Hart with a cheap shot at the breakfast benefit. I like how he said breakfast benefit. You carry a mirror around with you. I'm on a roll, Gene. I just hit a hole in one, and I'm hot at the tables. Mr. Perfect is exactly who he says he is. Perfect. And Mr. Perfect is about to land the linguistic death blow. Mr. Perfect is about to land the linguistic death blow, but he can't say the narcissist Lex Luger. Apparently, I can't either. And Gene says he wants to go to the tables with Perfect. And next is Lex Luger versus Mr. Perfect. And Luger comes out looking like $1 million. He doesn't look as bulky as he did last WrestleMania.
Yeah, it definitely came down on that.
On that shit. The scantily clad women holding the mirror and the sparklers for him was a simple but nice touch. And just like Savage, I didn't pay much attention to Luger after they made their presence known.
Yeah, cheeks were everywhere.
Yes, it was great. So yeah, it starts off with Perfect pretty much dominating. He chops the shit out of Luger at one point, and the crowd cheers. And then Perfect stops to cup his ear, which I thought was nice. And yeah, he out wrestles the shit out of Luger until Lex finally gets his in. Luger tries to get a pin with his feet on the ropes, but the ref sees it. Pretty much all perfect throughout the rest of the match. He tries to hit Luger with a backslide, but Luger blocks it. And then Luger counters it into a backslide of his own. But Perfect gets his feet on the ropes, but the ref doesn't see this one. Apparently, there's no like Weasley ref to come out for Perfect's defense, so Luger wins. And then Luger nails Perfect with the running forearm and poses over him. After, I don't know, did you count it? How long Perfect was out?
No.
Okay. So after a couple minutes, Perfect comes to and realizes what happened. He goes to chase Luger to the back. He finds Luger standing in this garage thing.
A storage unit? I don't know what the hell it
Yeah,
was.
a shack. A shack. He's talking to Shawn Michaels, and then Perfect starts whooping Luger's ass. He starts whooping Luger's ass, and then Michaels attacks Perfect from behind, and then he starts hitting him with some boxes and an empty trash can, which Ross says it was a metal trash can. It wasn't. And then the cameras leave the brawl and cut back to the commentary booth, who are shocked, and Savage almost decks Heenan. I forgot what they got into a fight about.
I think they were fighting over if Luger cheated.
Okay.
Perfect got his foot on the ropes or not. Which he did.
He
I
did.
like the little touch that. So he gets his foot on the ropes. So after the match, he's trying to complain to the ref. And I like the little touch that Luger just went and knocked him out so he couldn't talk anymore. Or at least
Luger's
that's what I
great.
picked up on. It's like he's over here complaining to the ref, and before this goes too far, I'm just gonna knock you out.
I go chase down a Weasley looking ref so he doesn't rat me out. That seems to be the. I just don't get why there's a Weasley ref for one match but not another.
I don't know.
So Monsoon, he reappears to pimp the last two matches. And that would be the Giant Gonzalez versus the Undertaker. And then our main event, WWF champion Bret Hitman Hart versus the 500-pound monster Yokozuna. And that leads us to the Giant Gonzalez versus the Undertaker. And Gonzalez is billed at 8 feet tall. And I don't understand why Gonzalez's bodysuit had an ass, but there's fur where the balls should be. I feel like there should be fur on the ass too.
I don't know why he was wearing the whole body.
I don't either, but
like what? It was so bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah. He looked like a Power Ranger villain.
Yeah, like Lord. What was his name?
Zed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be surprising if that's where he actually got it from, because
May my monsters grow.
this is around the time the Power Rangers started to get popular. Yeah.
So the Undertaker comes out on a chariot, and he is accompanied with the Vulture. There's a nice little visual. And it starts off with the typical Taker stare down, and then Gonzalez just tries to hammer Taker down. And Taker fires back briefly. Gonzalez regains control, then hits Taker in the dick. Then Taker did his tightrope walk with barely any effect on the Giant. And Gonzalez locks a sleeper hold on Taker. And it looks like Taker's out, but the power of the urn saves him. Then Gonzalez wrecks Taker's shit with the steel steps, but the power of the urn helps him with that as well. And then Taker gets Gonzalez comically down on one knee. Like, I don't know what the fuck he was doing with his arms.
His whole selling was...
Yeah,
if I can mark up a little bit. Yeah, his whole selling was not good.
So when Gonzalez gets on a knee, Harvey Whippleman, he hits the apron. Taker, he goes to snatch Whippleman. Harvey throws something into the ring. Gonzalez, he recovers it. He grabs the something and then headbutts the shit out of Paul Bearer. And then Gonzalez, he covers Taker's face with the cloth. Turns out to be chloroform. And the announcers are sure to let us know how much it smells.
And they can smell it from there.
They can smell it from there.
In the open air.
It's such a powerful aroma. We better get out of here. We'll all pass out, even though they're outdoors.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was windy.
Sure was.
Okay. So the ref calls for the bell, and then the officials they pour out. And they start to tend to Taker, and then they bring out a stretcher, and then Gonzalez takes it upon himself to attack a referee just out of nowhere. Was it their referee?
No, that was
Okay,
different. That was just a
referee.
yeah. I didn't understand what they were doing this whole thing.
I don't
Like, they're
either.
trying to get him out the ring for some reason, but he wants to stay in the ring. While the Undertaker's getting stretchered out, he's insisting on staying inside the ring for some
Yes.
reason.
So then Taker's taken to the back while Gonzalez celebrates. And at this point, the crowd starts to chant Hogan's name, which is not a good sign. Then all of a sudden, Taker's gong hits. He comes back out, whips Gonzalez's ass, and he dumps him out of the ring. And Gonzalez is chased off by security, who couldn't keep a straight face. And then Taker is declared the winner by disqualification. And woo, lad, this was a rough one.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, it's clearly Gonzalez's fault because he didn't know how to, he didn't know how to do anything.
It was Gonzalez's fault as far as the match, but the fucking just the chloroform and whenever chloroform got introduced as an idea, somebody should have been bitch slapped.
Yeah, and then have Undertaker stretcher out because he got chloroform,
and then he just comes back out.
Yeah, well, that's because he's the dead man.
Yeah, but he can be the dead man in the back.
And it was even weirder that they started chanting Hogan.
Yeah. They wanted Hogan. I guess they thought Hogan was going to come save the day. Fuck Taker.
Yeah. I mean, they did teams sometimes, so I guess it's not too far fetched to think Hogan would come out.
I guess.
But I remember another match with them, and I think it's their next match or SummerSlam or whatever. It was a much better match, so just chalk this up as them learning each other.
Yeah, they did. Well, yeah. So up next is Mean Gene. Mean Gene hopes that Heenan can get to an underwear salesman for some reason. And then Gene talks about the main event, Bret Hart versus Yokozuna. He talks about how dominant the monster from Japan has been. And then they show a clip of Duggan stepping up as Yoko's first challenger, and it doesn't end well for Hacksaw. Then they show a contract signing between Yoko and Hart, and didn't end well for Hart either. And Gene says it's been a difficult and trying week for Bret Hart, and the odds makers are putting him as the underdog for the title match. On top of that, he got knocked out by Lex Luger at the breakfast banquet thing. So instead of talking to him, we want to get the Hogan's perspective on the match. So Hogan said he just left WWF's champion, or Bret Hart's locker room. And all of the Hulkamaniacs are behind him. Hogan says lately, people are crossing the line first. People are crossing the line. First, it was his bionic brother, Brutus, when they nailed him with the briefcase. Then they nailed him when he was leaving the gym last night. I guess money can buy everything in this town. But the little Hulkamaniacs, they pushed me towards the ring. And you know, Bret Hart, a warning to the wise, brother. You're a brother. You're a Hulkamaniac. I want you to watch Yoko and Fuji like a cat, brother. I want you to watch their every move. And I also want you to know that me and the Hulkamaniacs are on your side. And as I looked in the eyes of Bret Hart, I know the power of greatness. As I looked into the eyes of Bret Hart, I know the power and the greatness of Hulkamania. But when I looked in the eyes of Brett, even I question the greatness of Hulkamania. That's why right now, Bret Hart, I'm issuing a challenge to either you or the Jap brother. I want the first shot. But with me and all my Hulkamaniacs and the attitude that Bret Hart has, I guarantee you, dude, the WWF is staying right here in the WWF. Right here in the good old US of A. What you gonna do?
And then a little bit more posing.
A little bit more posing. And he screeched. Or did a roar.
Of course.
So Yokozuna and Bret Hart. And it's pretty wild when you think like the first time you see Bret was at WrestleMania 2 in a throwaway battle royal. And now he is main eventing as our world champion.
Yeah.
And it starts off pretty hard with some punches from Bret, but Yoko ultimately manhandles him. Then Bret ties Yoko's foot in the ropes and just starts assaulting him until Hebner gets him free. And it's pretty much all Yoko until occasionally Bret would use his quickness to catch Yoko. Then Hart started to do the 10 punches thing in the corner, but Yoko blocks it and then tries to toss him. Hart, he's holding on to the turnbuckle pad, and he ultimately just yanks it off. So then we have an exposed turnbuckle now. So then Yoko, he blatantly tries to slam Bret's head in the exposed turnbuckle, but Bret blocks it and then slams Yoko's head into it, all in front of Hebner, who didn't react at all. And then Bret awkwardly locks the sharpshooter onto Yoko, and it looks like the match is over. But Fuji throws salt in Bret Hart's eyes. And then Yoko simply covers Bret Hart, and he wins. And before Yoko can celebrate at all, Hogan is in the ring. He was just waiting. He was waiting with the second doink. You mind if I wait here, brother?
Yeah, I don't want to be too far from the ring.
Hogan tends to Bret, then Fuji starts talking shit to Hogan. Then Fuji says that Yokozuna issues a challenge to Hulk Hogan right then and there. And if Hogan has any balls at all, he'll accept. But Hogan, he's more focused on helping Bret. He wants to go to the back with him. Fuji then said,
yeah, I need to help my friend, brother.
Yeah, I can't. I got my friend. Well, then Fuji says, well, how about this? Yoko says he's going to put the title on the line, which Yoko didn't say shit. Yoko was too busy panting because he just had a fucking match. And he's out of breath. So Hogan, he looks around, not knowing what he should do. Then Bret Hart says, go beat him. Go beat him, Mr. Hogan. Beat the big bad man.
Yeah, now Bret Hart's his biggest cheerleader.
Yeah, go do it, Mr. Hogan. I believe in you. The Brettomaniacs are behind you. So Hogan gets in the ring. He gets the jump on Yoko. I'm sorry, Yoko gets the jump on Hogan, or tries to when he gets in the ring. And he holds Hogan's arms so Fuji can try to nail him with the salt. Hogan ducks the salt. Fuji hits Yoko instead. Hogan nails Fuji, clotheslines Yoko, then hits a leg drop onto Yokozuna for the fucking title win. And it's for the 5th time. And what do? We pose.
A lot of posing this night.
And Hogan says into the camera, I told you not to mess with Mother Nature. And then fireworks go off.
And yes, all is right in the world of
Is it?
WWE, WWF, because Hogan is champion again.
Okay.
Now, the funny thing is, remember I kept like alluding to this whole match?
Yeah.
Like I kept bringing up this scenario specifically for The Rock and Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
Now, I wasn't saying that is the scenario. I'm saying that is a scenario you can do.
When you saw what would happen or what it would look like, it would probably be worse. Because that's what it looks like with psychology involved. They don't worry about that today.
Well, it was funny that, and it would have been funnier had Brett not given him the approval, because he's getting called out. He's helping his friend. And he's getting called out. He's like, "I'll put the title on the line." Then he like turns around. So he's gonna go either way, obviously.
Right.
But it would have been funny if Bret Hart didn't give him
Just
the
start shaking
go
his head.
ahead.
No, let's go to the back.
I need help.
Yeah.
No, just bring a ref out, Brutus. He'll keep you safe. But yeah, that's what an impromptu match does for you, I guess.
Yeah. Well, we saw the birth of a feud between Mr. Perfect and Shawn Michaels, and they faced each other at SummerSlam '93. Michaels won by countout with the help of his new bodyguard, Diesel. And then Perfect and Diesel would feud until Perfect leaves WWF. Money Inc., they eventually lose the tag titles to the Steiner brothers, and they do a back and forth with them, but ultimately lose the titles to the Steiners again. And then IRS and DiBiase, they decide to go to singles. And then DiBiase, he retires at the end of August. So goodbye, $1 Million Man.
Much, yeah.
So we got like 2 WrestleManias with that fucking theme song. I'm pissed. Undertaker, he continued his feud with Harvey Whippleman for some reason. And at one point, Whippleman, Gonzalez, and Mr. Hughes attacked Taker and Paul Bearer, and they stole the urn. And that set up a rest in peace match with Gonzalez, which was basically a no disqualification match. And that was at SummerSlam as well. Taker won. And then
Was that the one with the sword?
Sure. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Gonzalez did end up chokeslamming Whippleman, and he turned face and became the greatest singles wrestler ever.
Sure.
Actually, no, he lost to Savage, and he was in like a battle royal or something and left. Or they didn't sign him again.
I remember his stint was pretty short.
Yeah. He was basically there just for Taker.
Yeah.
In later interviews, Hart would claim that he had a conversation with Vince McMahon where he was told that Hogan refused to drop the belt to him. Hogan would claim that during his conversation with Vince, a deal was made for Hogan to drop the belt to the top heel at the time, which was Yokozuna. And that would be at King of the Ring. So eventually all 3 of them would have a meeting where Vince McMahon basically sided with Hogan and denied ever saying anything Brett claimed to have said or claimed to have been told. So yeah, that's a little bit of nuggets. And then after beating Hogan with fire at King of the Ring, Yoko challenged any American to body slam him on the deck of the USS Intrepid, which is an aircraft carrier. Lex Luger answered the challenge, arriving in the helicopter, and he body slams Yoko, and that's when he changes his gimmick to the American Patriot with the Lex Express and shit.
Who can forget that moment?
Right? And that's when Luger faces Yoko at SummerSlam, but for the title, but wins by countout. And then Lex Luger and Bret Hart, they each earn a title shot at WrestleMania 10.
Which we'll see coming up.
Yep. But first, it is Hog Wild, which is notably the first pay-per-view after the formation of the NWO. And the main event is Hollywood Hulk Hogan versus the Giant for the WCW title. Outside.
Uh-oh. I don't think that's going to go well for someone.
Yeah. The Outsiders, they face Sting and Luger Rey Mysterio versus the Ultimo Dragon is also on the docket for the Cruiserweight title. We have Benoit versus Dean Malenko. And then Harlem Heat versus the Steiner Brothers for the tag team titles. And then Ric Flair versus Eddie Guerrero.
Sounds like a pretty good card.
Yep, no. And that's all next week. That and our typical Raw, SmackDown, and then we have the Royal Rumble. And yeah, next week should be full as well.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be cooking next week.
Yep.
That's one little. Oh. And that was the retro review. If you if you agree with anything, let us know in the comments. If you disagree with anything, let us know in the comments. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, click on the playlist above to see any of the other videos, and that's it on that. Oh yeah, click on the damn it, click on the thing, the play. Golly.
Yeah.
Click on the iCard above. Click on the iCard above to watch any other videos in the playlist. And until next time, Top Guys out. Now, that's to end the retro review. And then we got one more story. And that is...
Are we still alive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was closing it out. I know we've been live 4 hours, but
okay.
Actually, we can.
No, go ahead.
We'll do it next
We can talk about Okada. We're here. Let's do it. What's so important about Okada?
No, this is a 4-hour show. We're done.
All right. You sure it is Okada?
Yeah, we're done.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.